for us. Your friend is a licensed life insurance agent whose client wants to purchase a variable annuity. You are a licensed securities and insurance agent, and your friend wants you to sell the policy and split commissions with him. Splitting commissions.
Okay, so I've gotten it down to A or C.
Right on. You are correct, the 50-50.
Okay, so in a variable annuities is allowable if agents involved are both licensed to sell life insurance and maintain their securities license at the same time or affiliated broker dealers. So this is a variable annuity. So they do have to have a license to sell well, insurance and investment. So, okay, so let me see C. In a variable annuity is allowable only if representatives involved are both licensed to sell life insurance and maintain securities licenses with broker dealers. All right, so the question that's asking me though is about splitting commissions. So splitting commissions in variable annuities is allowable only if representatives involved are both licensed to sell life insurance and maintain securities. I think it's C.
So you missed that. We have to be both at the same firm. I can't be splitting commissions as a Merrill broker with a Morgan Stanley broker. Right? And variable annuities is allowable only if the agents involved are both licensed.
Oh, the same broker dealer.
Yeah, right. We don't, there's two testable points here. We can only split commissions with people, there are exceptions, but for test purposes, we only can split commissions with people properly registered at our firm, right? Same or affiliate.
Okay.
Or second thing is we don't give concessions, discounts, and allowances to people who aren't, properly registered. Right now in the test, we sometimes refer to variable annuities, as a insurance product, a non-securities product, but we're correct about the part about the variable annuity having that separate account, which is a mutual fund requiring both. I think of a variable annuity as a mutual fund with an insurance wrapper. And then the other test point is heightened suitability, because somebody shouldn't fund a variable annuity until they've taken care of all of their other qualified retirement plans. All right, so not a bad miss, but a miss. You got it to the 50-50, which is, half the battle. A member firm in a research report makes reference to its past recommendations. This is permitted as long as the member firm.
Okay, so I know that it has to have 1 year's worth of data.
That's right.
And let me see here. It's got to be anything that is similar, so same type. So C says all recommendations of the same type made during the past year. C.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I love it. You got the past year, went right to that, and then you went to the similar to the same type. Excellent. A member firm may purchase mutual funds shares for which of the following?
A member firm may purchase mutual fund shares for which of the following? Okay, so number 3 is a good option.
Excellent.
An existing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me your. I think I got it.
Yeah.
You can't see your answers. Let me just bring that down a notch. There we go.
There we go. Yep. Okay, so 3 is for sure.
I like it.
And then we have its investment account as an option or its trading account. Okay. I'm going with B on this one, Dean. And I know that there's a difference between trading and investment.
That's exactly, I would put yourself in your own situations, right? Can Raymond James buy the American funds for inventory purposes? Absolutely not. Can Raymond James buy the American fund for its customer order? Absolutely. Can it buy the American funds for its own investment account? Absolutely. So you nailed it.
Okay.
Right. What we're trying to get, the point here is we're trying to say you don't inventory mutual fund shares, particularly open-end funds, right? Excellent. Register reps must be trained in definitions as well as functions in the investment instruments they recommend to customers. For example, all the following are registered investment companies except.
Okay, so B and C don't qualify. The separate account is a investment company, so A.
Yeah, excellent.
That's an insurance product.
That's
Maybe that was the easier way to answer it.
But that's part of it. Like part of it is just us talking through it, right? So, we're just talking out loud, riffing on it, but by the way, I'm not being facetious here. You should do the same when you get to the real test, right? You should be kind of talking yourself. They would tell me to shut up because I'd say, oh, look at this one. And then they'd say, Mr. Tinney, other people are trying to take the 24. I go, well, I don't really care about them. Look at this question. I thought they were going to get me on this one. No, so you have that self-talk to you, positive self-talk, right? So, At opening and opening and maintaining customer accounts, certain member firms are required under the red flags rule of the FACT Act to do each of the following with respect to identity theft, except.
Okay, so it wants to know which one is false.
Right on.
Develop reasonable policies and procedures to respond to the receipt of credit reporting agency notices of consumer address or address discrepancy of the firm. Okay, that's a lot of words. We'll come back to that one. All right. Number B is implement a written program to detect, prevent, and mitigate identity theft. Okay, that is true. Obtain identity theft protection insurance or available surety bonds from SIPC for each covered member. Identity theft protection. I don't know about that one. Okay, D, assess the validity of a change of address notification by those firms which issue credit and debit cards. All right, let me read the question again. In opening and maintaining customer accounts, certain member firms are required under the Red Flags Act of the FACT Act to do each of the following with respect to identity theft except. Address the validity of change of address notifications by those firms.
What you might want to consider doing on your scratch paper at the Prometric site is just you did this, and so you have time to do it. Like put do, or or question mark, or yes no, kind of working your way through to your 50-50. So I think you told me I'm just walking you back. You said identity except, so you are correct to watch out for the negative. And so what this says is there's 3 of these things we're going to do, and 1 of these things we're not going to have to do, right? So now that I've kind of prefaced that, what do you think?
Reasonable policies and procedures to respond to the receipt of credit reporting agencies. Okay, A, I believe is true.
Okay, so we'll put do.
Do, and then B is do.
There we go. I like it. You got a 50-50.
Okay, so obtain identity theft protection insurance. I don't remember. I know SIPC. I know surety bonds or surety bonds. Okay, so I'm going to say C is do and D is the answer.
You missed it. This is nonsensical. You don't get identity theft. SIPC has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. SIPC is about a broker dealer that fails and covering the customer. So they missed a bunch of things here. So good news for us. That's why we're doing this. If any part of a statement is false, the entire statement becomes false. So obtain identity theft protection insurance. You could choose to do that, right? But it says to do each of the following. Insurance, available surety bond from SIPC for each covered customer. No, that's not it. Accessibility of change of address. So the answer here is C. Now, I'm not sure if you would have rolled back on that. I kind of intervened before I let you actually miss it. But what I would have liked you to do is go, and this is where you first said this. You said, I'm not sure about that. And that means we would put a question there, right? On our Prometric scratch paper. And then you would have been looking at this assess the validity of the change of address notifications by those firms which issue credit or debit cards. I think we would have said, gee, yeah, changes of address are really important because again, that could be a trigger to us that something's, not kosher. Right, boom, so.
Okay. I'm going to write that down because in all the stuff I've done, I've never seen red flags rule of the FACT Act.
But don't be careful. The FACT Act is fair and accurate credit transactions. Doesn't have to do anything with doing this. That's just not there to kind of do the jet on mind trick. You should have from context known this is kind of about customer identity protection.
Identity, yep.
Yes, I mean, from the identity, the key word is not the FACT Act. And I don't want you to review the FACT Act. The key pivot in this question, identity theft. Right? So they get that in the context of the question that it's about identity theft.
Okay.
All right. An associated person resigns from a member firm. The firm must file Form U5 in how many days?
D, 30 days.
Right on. I mean, you don't get many layups on this test, and so when you do, man, you got to be able to perform on them, right?
Yeah, the new tricky one is they'll give you 30 days or 30 calendar days and 30 business days.
Yeah,
that was on my last exam.
Oh, on the real exam. Well, that's a good debrief. Yeah, I sometimes get into trouble for being a little too animated, but bastards, So.
I know. I was like, oh, yeah. I remember writing this as 30 calendar days, so we're not even going to double guess.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You want to have a proper level of confidence. To which of the following firms could a member firm grant concessions or other allowances? This is very testable. We don't give concessions, discounts, and allowances to non-members. You're either a member of the club or you are not.
So in this one, number one is true. So a foreign non-member firm ineligible for FINRA membership, or 1 and 2, a suspended member firm. 1 and 2, so it's D.
It's actually, which of the following can a member grant? A suspended firm is a non-member. While you're in suspension, you are a non-member. So I cannot do that to a suspended member firm. I can pay you for commissions you've earned, but I cannot pay you for new stuff. And so 2 is not correct. It's 1 and 3, a foreign firm ineligible for membership. Right. So I say it's an Israeli firm. We underwrite securities in Israel. FINRA would like to run the world, but they don't. Right. So it's 1 and 3. And then 4, a U.S. non-member broker-dealer is kind of nonsensical. So very testable. Now, these are kind of ones why we're doing this, right? The takeaway is for you to remember that we can give a concession or discount or allowance to a foreign non-member firm ineligible for membership. That's the takeaway. We can also give concessions, discounts, and allowances to a bank if we're selling exempt securities. So what that means is if we're underwriting treasuries or munis, we can give a concession, discount, and allowance to a bank. But that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So now we know. Which of the following best describes a fidelity bond?
A.
An insurance bond that protects broker dealers too. Right on. Boom. I love it. Aim and shoot. Now I'm gonna, again, part of our process here. What is that fidelity, the number of that fidelity bond? What is it based on?
The highest net capital over the last 12 months.
Oh, even better than I was looking for. I was just looking for net capital. So yeah. How often do we
Although in my practice exam this last weekend, I got the calculation on the chart, and
oh my God,
I don't know that. I don't know it.
Don't know that. You got other things to put in your brain.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry about that at all.
Okay.
Okay, one more. And how often do we review it?
Every 12 months.
Excellent. The usual amount of withdrawal from a Mr. Grantham's account runs between $1,200 and $2,000. A transmittal request has been received electronically to wire 7,500 to an offshore account. The best course of action is,
Okay, so it's not a CTR. CTRs are $10,000.
love it, I love it.
Contact the offshore bank to verify the financial institution. Okay, no.
Right on.
I would do C. I would call and speak with Mr. Grantham.
Yeah, I understand, it's difficult, but I was a little irritated with my bank because, I understand they got to carry out their responsibilities under the laundry, but I like to get cash every once in a while, go gamble on a Friday night in Las Vegas or whatever. I'm an old school guy. I like to have a lot of cash and, make sure, what are you gonna do with this money? And I don't know if she was carrying out a responsibility. She was nosy or whatever. And I said,
Just
well,
being nosy, yeah.
I said, well, I'm gonna, spend it on whiskey and women, and I'm gonna waste the rest quoting a rock star. And she was, what?
She may have been looking for an invite. Can I join?
That I didn't think of that. I was telling my mom, I go, man, that bank just drives me nuts. I mean, I'm trying to be a nice guy, and I understand that they want to make sure I'm not like a drug dealer or something, but they keep asking
Yeah.
me, my private business. I feel like saying, well, it's none of your damn business, right? Portfolio allows an investor to.
Portfolio margining gives more leverage in the account, so C.
Right on, good job. And then remember, the whole point of this is that is a separate approval. And it's typically, there's different levels, but in general, it's 100,000 is most applicants. Under provisions of Rule 145, which of the following events would automatically subject the transaction to the full disclosure and registration requirements set forth in the Securities Act of 33?
Okay, so 145 deals with mergers and acquisitions.
Love it. That's exactly right.
Change in the par value, ruling by the SEC, no sale is involved, a stock, D, merger and acquisition.
Yeah, you said that you said it in the title. Love what you're doing, by the way. That's exactly what you want to do. You kind of in your own head said Rule 145 is about, boom, right? By the way, the other way we could have said this is what would require registration of the security. So excellent. All the following characteristics of SMA and a margin are characteristics of SMA except.
Okay, all of the following are characteristics of SMA in a margin account except that SM. So which one is false?
That's exactly right. So again,
SMA.
you're going to take, it's a buffet. Take what you like, leave what you don't. But I love that. So, now what I would do on my official Prometric scratch paper is put A, B, C, D. And then I would, after I put A, B, C, D, go through each of them and put a T or F to those I can put next to it. If I can't, then I put a question mark, right? So the SMA may be released to a customer provided it does not cause a maintenance call. So in plain English, that's saying, can you use your SMA as long as you don't put yourself into maintenance?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so whether you want to use yes or T, either one, you could put yes or you could
T.
put T.
Yep.
Whatever works for you, right?
Yes.
SMA represents a credit line to a customer.
I wouldn't call it a credit line, but it is available money for them should they have it.
Yeah, and when you use the SMA, what happens to your debit balance?
I have to think long and hard about the margins piece of this.
Okay, well,
if you use SMA.
Well, let's just go ahead. And so that's part of what we're doing. Right?
Okay.
For the combination, tutoring, shared screen, and final. So here is a margin account. I'll just make up a margin account that has SMA. So there's $50,000 in long market value. We'll say that we have 20,000 as a debit balance. That's what you owe the brokerage firm. And again, it's I'm kind of sympathetic because one of the things that does make the 24 tough is kind of how much time you're going to spend on certain things. And I'm not so sure that, margin merits, the time it would take perhaps to get this. Now, I would tell you the good news about it is if you do get it, and then at that point, you don't miss margin questions, but it's mainly when the account blows up and, things like that. Now we're going to compare what you have to Reg T. I say you only need to be at risk for 25,000. That's 50% of the market value.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have $5,000 in excess. And you say, Dean, do I have to use that today? I say, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a special memorandum to your account. But on today, you had $5,000 more than you needed. So now I don't think in the test that would make a difference to the answer, but excess equity, I think you could think of as SMA, but it's not. It's actually a separate entry I made. So there you got SMA of 5,000. And then twice that is your buying power. So buying power is 10,000. So if you say here, Dean, send me $5,000. That's what you say, send me $5,000. That is a loan to you. You now owe the brokerage firm 25,000. I think the best analogy is a house, right? The only way you get your own money out of the house is to sell the house. If your bank sets you up with an excess equity line of credit, if you access that, the loan does go up, right? So here you have caused the debit, but you owe the brokerage firm to go up. I say, you used to owe us, Jordan, 20,000, but I just sent you 5. And so now you owe us 25. So that is a credit line available as cash.
A line of credit, okay.
Right, so that's true, right?
Right, but C, so it's 2 times, SMA is 2 times the buying power.
That's correct. So that
and
is.
This says it's equal.
So that is false. Right. Now, by the way, now they get a slight test. Either you're done, or you want to take a chance and you look at D and you go backwards, right? So I don't know.
No, yeah, I'm done
I would think
for that one. Yeah, let's do
practice questions. I would say let's look at all of our answers, but in the actual test, I would say let's just be done with it and move on to the next performance opportunity. A customer is looking to purchase an affordable stock. I don't even know what that means. That is likely to withstand the challenges of the next recession. So I'm thinking like a defensive stock, perhaps. Your responsibility under regulation best interest is.
Decline the order because there is no way to withstand a recession. Contact a third-party broker-dealer specializing in trading stocks likely to meet the customer's objectives. Sounds interesting. Recommend the purchase of a fixed income debt security instead of shares of a stock. But it says in the question they are looking to purchase a stock. Obtain the stock that meets the customer's best interest, even though it may not always be the cheapest option. Okay, so I have it down to B or D. Customers looking to purchase an affordable stock that is likely to withstand the challenges of the next recession. Your responsibility under Reg BI is to contact a third-party broker-dealer. I don't know why you would contact a third-party broker-dealer.
Yeah, again, I would just put, I call this test-taking trick reduction to the ridiculous. So, I like to, instead of third-party broker-dealer, I just like to put names into it. So I say, UBS, I'm contacting Morgan Stanley. Nah. They ain't happening.
No.
Right. I'm going to put you into bonds when you just told me you want stock. Right. So that goes out. Decline the order because there's no way to withstand a recession. Well, I just said we have defensive stocks.
Right. So D.
Yeah, by process of elimination. I don't really like that question, but by process of elimination, we still got there. And I think what we're saying here, the point is the first part, obtain the stock that meets the customer's best interest. And then even though it may not be the cheapest option, what we're saying there is I have to call you and I say, hey, Jordan, I don't know what you mean by affordable. What does that mean? I mean, so I have 2 stocks that are defensive stocks. One is a utility stock and the other is, I don't know, Coca-Cola, for example. And, Coca-Cola is more money than the utility stock, so we just have that conversation, but that the key thing is that I'm going to get you the stock that you want, right? It's your best interest. Which of the following statements is not true about a standby purchase agreement?
Okay. Standby purchase agreement means that not all the shares are sold
Yeah, right on.
as
By the way, as your
anticipated.
tutor, I love that part. I mean, I like your ability. You've got enough base knowledge. I love to, kind of say, okay, I think this is what this thing's about. I had a guy, tough love, and I said, listen, we're not to the point where you should even be doing practice questions because you don't even know what you're being asked and you don't even know what answers are being offered to you. And I think it took
Yeah.
a good strike because he called me and said, Dean, I'm halfway there. I actually know what I'm being asked. And so, Jordan, I'm very pleased that almost always in these 14 questions where thus far you've been able to say, okay, this is what I'm being asked. It's about a standby undergrading. So, now that we know that, not true. So we could either put a T or an F or however you want to do it. Which of the following is not true regarding a standby purchase agreement? Securities purchased and a standby arrangement are restricted for 3 months. Do you say true or false to that?
That is true.
Okay, so now again, it's a buffet. You don't have to do what you don't want to do, but I put a T there. And by the way, one thing I would suggest so you don't get tired is maybe you just take that off the table and say, I'm not revisiting A. I'm done with it. I've dealt with it. It's time to move on. The arrangement must be disclosed in the prospectus.
That is true.
Boom, now you got a 50-50. Persons restricted under FINRA 5130 cannot purchase securities in a standby agreement.
A standby agreement is, I guess, is it IPO is the question that's in my head, right? So
5130 is about restricted persons. So this is saying persons restricted persons. So remember, this is employees of the broker dealer. So we're asking, can the employees of Goldman Sachs or the broker dealer and its affiliates, can they buy the stock, be the purchaser of a stock in a standby arrangement? C is saying they cannot. And so it all pivots on, can they or can they not? Is this an exception to restricted persons being able to participate in a IPO?
I don't know that answer. Okay, so
I like that. So now we're going to put the question mark there. So I like it. So we table it. And now we're hoping D might be helpful. D says the syndicate manager must represent in writing that the underwriters weren't able to find any other purchases for the securities before they give it to the standby purchasers.
that is true.
Love it. I love it. As your tutor, that was perfect performance. Here you use process of elimination. So now we know that there is exceptions to restricted purchases under 5130. One of those exceptions is if it's not being sold. Like again, people take exception to this because I'm old school. So I'm going to use the terms that are not testable that we used to use. This is a sticky issue. And IPO stands
Okay.
for probably overpriced. We're hard to get away with. It's not a hot issue, right? A hot issue is one where IPO means instant profit opportunity. So here we haven't been able to find the buyers. And so, it's not like I'm trading ahead of my customers. I'm withholding from my customers in this scenario. I didn't have customers who wanted it. So I said, fine, I'll buy it. Okay. No, I'll buy it.
Is this one where, okay, so going back to a previous question, is this one where the investment account and the trading account apply?
Well, yeah, this would be for investment purposes, but it could be going into inventory.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's, I always joke, and it's not a joke. It's 24 is like learning a foreign language. Let's say when you dream the foreign language, that's when you know it, right?
Yes.
A principal would the most likely be
Unfortunately.
concerned with the activities of a broker who.
Had several high-profile clients. Might be interesting, but no, I don't believe so. Continually recommended Class B shares to customers who wish to purchase mutual fund. That seems suspicious to me. Had numerous discretionary accounts. No. Had an option business limited to writing calls or stock held long? No, I'm going B with this answer.
Yeah, that's as much of a layup as you're gonna get. Continually recommending Class B shares to customers who wish to purchase mutual funds. Again, as a supervisor, I say, hey, yank in. I go, really? I mean, you've never run into a customer who the A share would be appropriate for, or the C share, whatever the case may be. Now, I'm not sure most of the mutual fund families I know don't even offer B shares anymore because it's just too much confusion. You know?
Yeah, we don't, and we haven't for a long time. I don't know when we got rid of them, but
Yeah, I mean, that just, it's too messy. Under SEC rules, 8K must be filed.
D. This note card lives under my pillow, Dean.
So remember, there's another use of an 8K as well. You are absolutely correct. This is
Okay, so let me can I ask a question about this first? So the reason why it lives under my pillow is one, like I've done like the whole association of 8, it's 4, right? So divide by 2. But I got an answer last weekend on an exam, and I spent entirely too much time on it. And so it was it was about a broker dealer, and 8K was one of the answers. And I went back and I associated 8K is for like for businesses, right? It's not a broker dealer filed form.
Unless they're public broker. But if they're publicly held, so 8K is for a material current event. So a material current event, when your CEO resigns, or you're on wall and you poison people with E. coli, this is a material current event. Yeah. It has to be filed within 4 business days of the event. I'll give you an example of this. I was surprised that Silicon Valley Bank filed an 8K material current event right as they discovered the material current event. I'm not an attorney, but the 8K was they had a $2 billion loss on their bond portfolio, and they've hired Goldman Sachs to plug this hole in their balance sheet of $2 billion. And I was, when I saw the 8K, I was kind of like, I would have checked with my legal counsel, but I would have said, well, can I get the Goldman Sachs and plug the hole and then file the 8K, right? So we had this material current event, and we've resolved it. But anyways, the other use of this that is testable is a violation of Reg FD. So if we've accidentally made a selective disclosure, because remember, FD says we're not supposed to do that, the way to fix that is to file an 8K within 24 hours. So there's 2 versions of an 8K. It's in the normal course of a publicly held business. We have a material current event, and then that's this one within 4 business days. And the other version of an 8K is if we've violated accidentally, inadvertently selective disclosure. In other words, I was surprised Elon didn't do this. He had said he had a Saudi prince or some kind of prince that was going to help him take Tesla private, at $420 a share, and he put that on Twitter. And then, rather than, file an 8K within 24 hours, which would have been the easy fix, went mano a mano with the SEC. I'm not his attorney, but I would have said, Elon, let's just file an 8K and be done with it. Right.
And be done. How you have too much money.
Probably. After a firm voluntarily terminates registration as a NASDAQ alternative display facility market maker in a particular security, re-registration is not allowed for how many days?
It's C, 20 days.
Right on.
And then the other one is 5 days, right? There's 2.
Excuse withdrawal, that's right.
Excuse, okay.
The function of the book that allows part of a market maker's interest to remain undisplayed is?
The function of the book that allows part of the market maker's interest to remain undisplayed is D, the reserve size.
Yeah, excellent. That's a good job, right? And it automatically replenishes based on somebody hitting my bid or my ask. Absolutely. So good job.
So I don't know what a displayed reverse is. The displayed size is displayed, so that doesn't answer the
I'm
question.
totally with you. See, distractors are wrong answers. And one of the things that, people who write tests, what are the distractors? And even we're doing a Kaplan practice exam, but as you know, on the Real 24, they're very good at distractors. And, your point, I don't even know what a displayed reserve is. It's a distractor. It's a wrong answer. You're correct. I love what you're doing. You're saying displayed size. Well, I know what that is, and that's not this. That's just what I'm showing to the market, right? So we should have been able to get with a quote reserve. And that's not about the quote, it's about the size of the quote. So, I like that. I think you did a good job on that one. Change in stock ownership by insiders must be reported to the SEC within,
10 calendar days.
right on. Right. Well, you're kind of confusing two things here. So 10 calendar days is when I become an insider. So I'm already an insider. So this isn't asking about becoming an insider. It's I am an insider. And that's going to be within 2 business days of the change. So if I file my, Form 144 and I do that, it's going to be, so good news, that means it's up here. If this would have said somebody becomes an insider, right? That means they go past 10%, they take a board seat, they become an officer of the company, you would have been correct. But the question isn't about becoming an insider, it's you are an insider, and now you have changed your ownership, you bought or sold stock. And that's within 2 business days, right?
Okay, give me a second because I don't know if that's actually what my note card reads. So maybe I'm studying the wrong answer. Within 10 days, of becoming an insider. So I'm already an insider in this question.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's not, but that's why we're doing this, right? So this is where I say RTFQ. By the way, you might want to add to your note, this is called Form 4. So maybe you make it flashcards. Form 4s are filed within 2 business days.
And then what is the other one is to trade, Form 3.
Right on. So yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But I like it. I mean, it wasn't like you were in left field somewhere. I mean, you were on the right track. Mayfair, Sudbury and Green is the managing underwriter of a new issue of 1 million shares of Mercy View common shares. While Mayfair has agreed to sell as many shares as possible in the open market, Mercy View will cancel the offering if any portion of the stock remains unsold. This arrangement is known as what type of an underwriting?
A, best efforts.
Well, now you got to kind of look and say, is there a better answer? So it's not the best efforts. I'm going to do my damnedest to sell the securities. I'm not willing to buy them personally, right, as a managing underwriter. So it's not that is not a right answer. It's just not the best answer given the answer set. So is this
okay, so then I would go D.
Yeah. So that's, again, we're marking you wrong because we're trying to get a mark here. Again, as your tutor, I'm not too concerned with misses. Your misses aren't, it's not like you're in left field. It's little things. And I think we're still on pace. I don't know what our score is right now, but I think you're right where you need to be. So
so in a best efforts, the underwriter then assumes the responsibility, because isn't there an escrow?
Well, we'll slow down. Best efforts, it does not. We do not. We say, we're going to try as a managing underwriter to sell these securities, but we're not willing to buy them personally. If we were, that would be firm commitment. As best efforts, acting as an agent to the issuer to sell this 1 million shares. So here it says, as a managing underwriter, Mayfair has agreed to sell as many shares as possible in the open market. Mercy View will cancel the offering. Any portion remains unsold. So cancel all or none. So it's just that all or none is a better answer.
Okay.
And you should know that standbys, again, are a type of firm commitment underwriting used in rights offerings, right? So, it wasn't so much that you're in left field. It's just that there was a better answer. So just be careful on jumping on an A answer just, before you hit the A button, just say, okay, well, let me see if there's a better answer in the answer set. I know this is very frustrating as a test taker, but test writers are allowed to use right answers as distractors. In other words, I'm entitled to use a distractor like this that may not be wrong and still mark you wrong because the D answer is better. So kind of
Okay.
aggravating, but we're not, we don't have to have, a cut and dry, answer set. I can give you one that's kind of wobbly and see, you'll go for it. All the following statements regarding discretionary accounts are true except.
Okay, so A is true. We're looking for a false answer. Each order must be marked discretionary. Each order ticket must be reviewed by a principal. That is true. Power of attorney must be signed by the customer before the exercise of discretion. Okay, I can get this one down to either A or D.
I like that. I like that because, you did what I suggested. You didn't just jump on the A answer. You just kind of looked through your answer set. And now you have all answers available to you. And you've eliminated B and C because you said they're true. So it all comes down to either telling me A is true or false. Either one will work. Or D is true and false. Either one will solve this question.
Yeah, so let me see here. A power of attorney must be signed by a customer before the exercise of discretion.
True or false?
I believe that is true.
And boom, I love it. I got you the answer.
Okay.
Right? Love that. That was good test. Listen, one of the 24 challenges. Listen, I'm not a person right out of college. I'm an older person. And sometimes I'm not suggesting I do take heat a little bit because I do believe that test taking tricks, I don't even want to call it trick, can be helpful. In other words, it might have been a while since we did a test, but I just love that because we got to a 50-50. And then from a logic standpoint, we said, okay, now I have the 50-50 on the 50-50. I can either say I'm gonna go with A and determine whether that's true or false. And then, like I said, maybe put a question mark, say, okay, well, damn, I'm not sure about that. Let me go to D. Use that as my pivot. So excellent. Love that one. I thought that was a great question. Which of the following statements about a designated market maker are true? The other thing I might recommend to you, again, it's a buffet. I like to kind of spell out the acronyms if I can, just to kind of help myself with the grammar. So every time I hear like DMM, I'm going to say designated market maker.
Mm-hmm. All right, so must stop stock when requested. A designated market maker may compete with customer orders. That is not true.
That's right.
Or that is false, I should say.
That's exactly right.
Designated market maker may take not held orders. And a designated market maker may trade algorithm, whatever that word says, to provide liquidity.
Yeah.
I believe that answer is D.
Right on. Love it. Again, good test taking. You said I'm looking for false. B is false. C is false. That's the floor broker. And A is false. Excellent. Which of the following acts requires all broker dealers to develop internal policies, procedures, and controls to ensure that anti-money laundering compliance occurs?
That is A. No,
Right.
hold on. Yeah. It's yes.
Yeah, I told you this is one that we just revisited or visited, and I kind of like it. And the reason I like it is because, again, we might cloud your mind. And let's talk about it. Anti-money laundering compliance. You got two good answers here. You've got the Bank Secrecy Act and you got the Patriot Act.
Yeah, that's what caught my eye.
Yeah, so here we jumped on the A. I like them both, and I want you to trust your gut, but you missed this one. It is actually the Patriot Act. right? So Bank Secrecy Act is what allows me to give your confidential private information to the government. So the Bank Secrecy Act is what allows me to file CTRs and suspicious activity reports on your account. The Patriot Act is where I have to verify who you are, that you claim to be, and this is where I make sure you're not a terrorist, and this is where we do the compliance with anti-money laundering. So you missed that one, not a bad miss, but it actually,
Oh,
it is D. Bank Secrecy Act is part of anti-money laundering, but in total, it's the Patriot Act of this thing. What's the
okay.
following is an example of retail communication that does not require principal pre-approval. In general, retail communication does, and so it's asking for us here the exception to that.
Okay, so which of the following retail communications that does not require? Okay, so in-state billboard advertisements depicting only the name, logo, address, and phone number of a broker-dealer. So that's pretty generic in nature, but you don't know how many people are going to see it because it's a billboard. So that one's interesting to me. Disclose to customers delineating recent changes in federal and state tax law. Okay, that seems like it'd be a pretty broad dissemination. A yellow or telephone directory, yellow pages advertisement describing broadly the broker-dealer services. So that would require in telemarketing scripts. Which one of the following does not require principal pre-approval? A.
Is A your answer?
A is my answer.
You missed it. And again, this is not a bad miss. It's B because B is not promotional in nature, right? So I call this the Sesame Street trick. One of these things is not like the other. A is promotional, C is promotional, D is promotional. The things that's not promotional in nature is telling customers our recent changes in federal and state law. So again, I don't particularly like that. Very judgmental, subjective kind of a question, but yeah, it is.
Okay.
Under federal rules, which of the following must be included in a selling group agreement?
One is true. So it's asking me which one must be included. Okay, so one is true, liability for unsold securities. And 3, to whom concessions will be allowed. Management fee, the public offering price.
So I'm a broker dealer and I've agreed to sell American funds. We have a selling group agreement with American funds. Am I at Edward D. Jones liable for unsold American fund mutual fund shares?
No, you're not.
Must I sell the American funds at the public offering price?
Yes, you must.
Can Edward D. Jones reps have a concession for selling the American fund shares? Does Edward
Yes.
Jones get a concession discount allowance from American fund distributors for selling those fund shares?
No, they don't.
Yeah, oh yeah, we do. If I'm not getting paid, I ain't selling the fund. Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So the difference between the NAV and the public offering price is the spread. Right. And of that spread, there's going to be a little bit that the American fund keeps. Right. And then there's going to be the bigger part of that is the selling concession that is paid to Edward D. Jones in this
The
example.
broker dealer. Yeah.
And then, as an Edward D. Jones broker, I get a percentage of that. Now I'm just using mutual funds. I could use stocks in an IPO of Reddit, right? Yeah, Reddit just did its IPO, and there's broker dealers that have a selling agreement with the managing underwriter, Morgan Stanley. And again, so I think the grammar in the question is a little atrocious here, and here's why I'm sympathetic. There is no liability for unsold securities, and maybe you were reading that as that, but that's not what this question is about. There is no liability, so we don't need to include that in the selling group agreement. What we are going to include in that selling group agreement is the public offering price and who's going to get concessions. Now, I'm not sure if American Funds does this, but some mutual funds will allow reps to buy mutual fund shares at NAV. And the reason that's okay is because we can give concessions, discounts, allowances to member firms and their associated persons. Right, so this one is 2. You were correct about 3, but it's 2 and 3.
Okay.
Right, so I think that's a grammar question, not so much you don't know that. But now
Yeah, I also think I looked at selling group and for some reason associated with underwriting agreement.
well, no,
which
those are different things. So I love that. Let's just
yes,
the underwriting agreement is between the issuer, Reddit,
the issuer,
and
yep.
Morgan Stanley. The selling group agreement is between the broker dealers and members of the underwriting syndicate. They're different things.
Yep.
Right. So that's not an underwriting agreement that American Funds has with different broker dealers. My God, I don't know. My guess would be the American Funds have selling agreements with all the broker dealers. If I were a retail broker dealer, I don't know why I wouldn't sign a selling agreement with American Funds. But that is not an underwriting agreement. That is a selling group agreement that we have. Right. And there's people whose job it is to go out and, get selling group agreements.
Yeah.
Which of the following regarding accrued interest on bond transactions are true?
Okay, so when bonds are bought or sold, any accrued interest is deducted from the sale proceeds and added to the buyer's total cost. Accrued interest on corporate bonds is calculated on 360-day year. That is true. Only registered bonds are subject to accrued interest calculations. Bearer bonds do not carry accrued interest. Don't know. In counting the number of accrued interest days, start with the last interest payment, which is included in the count, and end with the transaction settlement date, which is not included in the account. So 2 and 4 are true.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Who may act as an escrow agent in an all or none offering? So, remember, we're going to have an escrow account because remember, if we can't get it all sold, then we're going to give everybody back their money and say, never mind.
I believe this answer is C, a qualified financial institution.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Under SEC rules, soft dollars may be used for all the following except.
D, so computer hardware.
Yeah, remember, this is, again, very testable. This is compensation paid by a broker dealer to an investment advisor. And the big ones on the test, you are correct, it's computer hardware. The other ones are travel, can't pay travel, we can't pay rent, and we can't pay for furniture. Excellent. An insider trading case investigated by the SEC, a member firm is found to have violated federal securities laws and is fined $5 million. This fine must be paid to
insider trading is, I believe, the DOJ.
Well, they're the ones who are going to prosecute you.
Yep. Let me see here. So who is the fine paid
who do you make
to?
the check payable to is the question, right? Who you can make the check payable to.
With the SEC?
Yeah.
Can they take money?
There's a lot of ways to go about this. No, that's not correct. The SEC doesn't keep money. It goes into the, they get a budget from Congress. So, this is just the geeky guy, me and government. I would have said, nah, if the SEC got to keep the money, they have an incentive to, be going crazy. So no, their allocation of money comes from the government. So it's going to be the US Treasury, right? So that you don't make checks payable
Okay.
to the SEC, the Department of Justice, or Comptroller of Currency. You make a check payable to the US Treasury. And then the SEC would say perhaps, hey, we deserve a bigger budget because we look at all this money we brought in. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think that's a testable point. Who knows? If Kaplan has it here for a reason, who knows? Which of the following statements regarding certain communications made by well-known seasoned issuers would be deemed most correct? Now, I just told you about this, most correct. Don't you love that? So, they're saying,
No, I don't.
so that's one of the challenges, right?
Okay, so I know that Wixies can use free writing prospectuses,
That's correct. So you're on the
and
right.
A is false because it says only for fixed income securities. That is not true.
I love it. So it's out. It's out. We're done with that.
A free writing prospectus is an unavailable type of, that is false.
Yeah.
A free writing prospectus constitutes an offer and sell security, whether or not the registration statement is filed by the WIXI. I believe that is true because the seasoned issuer has to file the registration statement first.
Excellent. 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 Man, woo. You should get more than 1 point for that on their test, right? That should be a 2 point. No, that's a good one. The sell side reports the transaction reporting facility and all the following interdealer trades except.
Okay, so what I know about this one is the sell side always reports unless the sell side is not the market maker.
That's correct. So now I can apply that to this particular answer.
Okay, so sell side reports to TRF in all of the following interdealer trades except, so which one is false? If the buyer is a market maker and the seller is not, the sell side reports in all of the following dealer trades except if the buyer is, okay, so A, I believe answers that question. If both the buyer and the seller are market makers, that's false. If the seller is a market maker and the buyer is not, that is not correct in this answer. If neither the buyer nor the seller are market makers. The sell side reports to TRF in all of the following interdealer trades except A, if the buyer is a market maker and the seller is not.
Excellent. As your tutor, I just love that.
So Dean,
yeah.
What happens in letter D? Is that not like, that's not even a thing?
Yeah, D, sell side reports. The sell side reports.
If both of them.
Yeah, if neither or both, then it's the sell side, right? So
okay.
We're excellent. That was excellent. Like I say, excellent. I love it, by the way.
I remember getting several of those on this last, like the actual real test.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I love about how you did that too is I was a little fearful as your tutor that you were going to start rolling, so not in this situation. I was doing a shared screen final, and this particular person as a test taker would have the right answer, but kept rolling back on things they'd already dealt with and had, and then kept rolling back into the thing again. And it's like you rolled through this answer set, through each answer, applied your logic to it, answered A. That was great. I was afraid you're going to devolve back into, looking over and over again. So you just got to make sure that you deal with it and then you say, boom, okay, I'm done. Now, in this case, you got it right. But even in this other test taker situation, I said, even if you don't get this right, I told him he's got to move on, and you want to try as much as possible. As I said, as a kind of a buffet, take what you like, leave what you don't. But if that requires you on your scratch paper to write A, B, C, D, and as you deal with each answer, then put an X on it or whatever, say, okay, I've dealt with that. Like you dealt with B correctly, you dealt with C, and then you dealt with D, and then you roll back to A. So, what I also like, this we could have answered A out of the gate, and that would have still been correct, but I like that you dealt with your other answer choices as well. Miss Potter, a longtime client, sends a text message to a supervising manager. of a firm complaining that a registered rep has not deposited checks. Uh-oh. She submitted the past week and she's come to believe the representative is stealing. Uh-oh. This is
Mm.
this is bad, right? I mean, what is the first thing the manager should do? All right, so here's one of these questions. What are we gonna do in this scenario?
Okay, so they are being accused of stealing. So there's a couple, there's bad things in here, and then there's things that make it even worse. So inform law enforcement agencies of the criminal activity, submit a complaint to FINRA promptly. I think there's a lot of other things you need to do before that. Suspend the registered rep immediately and launch an investigation. Launch an internal investigation into what may have happened. Okay, so if somebody's accused of stealing, it quickens the time frame for FINRA notification. So B is out.
That's right.
Suspend the registered rep immediately. That I don't believe is true. Launch an internal investigation into what may have happened or inform law enforcement agencies of the criminal activity. Okay, this is the judgment questions that I sit here and ponder until
Well, I
most
think,
of the time I
well,
get
there
it
we go. So
wrong.
you're saying A. So let's just, you've dealt with this and you're telling me, I think it's either A or D. You are correct, right? You are correct. Now, the complaint to FINRA promptly is not later than 30 calendar days, right? It would be, depending on the circumstance, either, immediately or part of our quarterly summary, but that 30 days is after we've conducted an investigation and we should have known or should have known that there was a problem. So, but you're right.
Yeah, so I'm leaning towards D in this one.
Trust your gut. You're correct. Yeah, we
And
don't
then
know.
the way that I think about this is you don't know what's actually happening, right? So why would you inform law enforcement?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I listen, you should reach out and call me, right? I mean, Kaplan, contracts with my LLC to do things. And, they sent me a note saying, Dean, you haven't cashed this check. And I said, oh yeah, I haven't. There's no shenanigans going on, but we might find out there's a reasonable expectation, but there's all kinds of red flags, right? So yeah, I like it.
So in this case, Dean, can I pull this apart and just talk through some of these? So a text message obviously is a complaint. So whether or not we investigate it, if everything's on the up and up, great. We still have to report it at quarter end.
That's right.
If there is funny business, I guess, so am I allowed as a supervisor to launch an internal investigation into what happened before submitting that? Let's just say there is funny business.
Find out. We have to find out whether something's going on. From the time we determine, right, we submit a report within 30 days after we know or should have known of anything alleging theft or forgery. So we do the investigation part first.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, so I like it. And by the way, for the most part, when you get to A&D, you should trust your gut.
Yeah. Okay.
Ed sells 1,000 shares of EFG held in street name August 15th. EFG has declared a cash dividend of 85 cents to holders as of record August 18th, payable August 25th. After receiving his account statement on September 10th, Ed calls to complain that his account was not credited with the dividend. In this case, Ed.
Okay. EFG has declared a cash dividend of 85 cents. So the declared date is August 18th. Got that. Payable date is the 25th. After receiving his account statement on September 10th, when did he, shareholders of August 18th, payable on the 25th. After receiving his account statement on September 10th, Ed calls to complain that his account was not credited with the dividend. So the record date on this one, do we have, this is a Friday. Let me see here. Cash dividend per share. After receiving his account statement, So okay, hold on. The 18th is a Friday. The 15th is a Friday. 15, 16, 17, 18. So this is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday. Okay. I don't see on here where what day he bought something though.
Because he sells, that's the key. This one's a tough one. I can't tell you how many times in social media, Jordan, people get this question and they call me and say it's incorrect. And I say it is not. So if Ed sold this on Friday, August 15th, is he still on the shareholder list on August 18th? He is, right?
Yes,
His deal isn't coming
because
off the
it's T plus
shareholder.
2.
That's right. So when they look at their shareholder list, the issuer on August 18th, Ed is still there. And if you're on that shareholder list, you're entitled to the dividend. He doesn't come off the shareholder list until Tuesday. Right. And so I say, hey, sorry, Ed, you should get the dividend. Right. So boom, he should be credited this amount. Now, this one's a tough one, but I drew a picture there, and I'm not sure if you want to draw a picture or not. But what I did here, just in terms of my Prometric scratch paper, I said, well, let me just draw this out so I can kind of look at it and see what happens. So your point, here's my given information that he sold on Friday, August 15th. And then I'm going to look at the record date, and I'm going to say, okay, is he on the shareholder list on the record date? And we have discovered here that he is there, because so what they're trying to get you to do here is get confused about the X date. The X date is Friday, August 15th, but he sold it on the X date. So this is the first date on which it no longer trades with the dividend attached. So I think that's what they were trying to do in this question, is cloud your mind. Now, do you think every
Okay.
once in a while on trades just prior to the X date, did this get screwed up and somebody gets the dividend they're not supposed to? And the answer is yes, and that's called a due bill. So a due bill is an IOU to the buyer before the X date. Right. So again, this one is kind of, now again, this is a kind of like margin. I'm not sure how much time you want to spend on back office stuff. But this is back office uniform practice code stuff, right? And that is the X date. And if you buy it before here, you get the dividend. And if you buy it after, you do not. So the reason you don't get the dividend is because Ed's entitled to it, right? If you buy that on Friday, you're not on the shareholder list. So that's a tough one. A lot going on in that question. Are you okay on that one?
I am. My illustration is way too in depth. Like I actually did the calendar all the way out to the payment date, which
yeah, no,
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
No, that's okay, but better have too much, right? The payable isn't the pivot. I call it the pivot, right? Where does the question hang, right? What's the word, or where's the date, or where's the, and I consider that to be part of RTFQ. But might not read the full question, right? And then part of that is like, okay, what's this question about? And then, kind of digging in.
you just did like a little teeter-totter line, and you had that representing the X date, and then above it
that's what I
was.
Did. Let me just show that to you.
So who is this from? The buyer, like
the seller? It's about Ed the seller.
The seller? Okay.
Because my point is that would have been different if it was the buyer. That's why I put that line. So that line is important because that would be different, right? So that would be a different question. Like, okay, let me give you the version of that. Your registered rep calls Tom and tells him to buy 1,000 shares at VFG on Thursday, August 14th, the day before the X, because he would get the dividend of 85 cents. And that would be selling dividends, right?
Selling dividends, yeah. Okay.
So, there could be questions about that Thursday. Thursday is the day before the X. And that question of selling dividends or, something like that. And then I also brought up the due bill. The due bill is on trades just prior to the X. Your firm entered a customer order to buy 500 shares at 15.20, which is below the current market. If WXE declares a cash dividend of 0.065 on the X date, the price of the limit order would be adjusted for which, unless the customer tells me do not reduce, we are going to adjust
Yeah.
orders below the market for dividends.
So the dividend rounds up to 7 cents, and the share price would be without that. So it's B, 15.13.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Under regulations show if an introducing firm places a short sale through its clearing firm, the responsibility to locate the security, because that's what regulation shows all about, rests with.
Would this not be the introducing firm?
Yeah, it's the introducing firm, right on. So, in other words, you're not allowed to claim that it's your clearing firm that messed it up, right?
That's
So,
responsible. Yeah.
transaction in national market system stocks, as well as over-the-counter equity securities, must be reported.
C. Within 10 seconds.
There you go. A firm one-sided quote is permitted in.
Okay. I believe this answer is B.
You're correct, right? You're not allowed to do that on NASDAQ. NASDAQ.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think it matters whether it's a global market stock, a global select, or like
NASDAQ,
they're all NASDAQ. So
that's right, exactly right.
Okay.
National Association of Securities Dealers automated quotation system. Your firm plans to publish a mutual fund advertisement that contains bond fund volatility ratings. Which statement is true?
Okay, the ad must be filed with FINRA at least 10 days prior to first use. The ad must be filed within 10 days of first use. So I believe 1 is correct.
You are correct. 1 is indeed part of your answer.
And a copy of the ad must be retained for 3 years from first use. It's 1 and 3. D is the answer.
1 and 3. You missed it.
Or is it last use?
Yeah. So it's last use. Copy of the ad must be trained for 3 years from last use, not first use. But the 1 is the very important part. So you said 1 and 3, and it's 1 and 4. Now you know, right? It's a copy of the ad must be trained for 3 years from the last use. I don't think they'll make that kind of a distinction. It's 3 years, but you know, it is what it is. All our conditions are required for the prepayment of a subordinated loan, except prepayment of a subordinated loan, except.
Okay, so this one I remember, the only way you cannot prepay something is if it is going to send you like into net capital violation or, so let me see here. A member firm's AI to net capital ratio must not exceed 10-1 as a result of the prepayment. Must not exceed. Okay, so 12-1 is early violation or early, whatever the word is. The loan has been outstanding for at least 1 year. That is not true. In this, or let me see here. What is it asking me? All of the following conditions are required. Okay. So B is true, which is not what this question's asking me. The firm, the member firm.
So let's just, you dealt with that. You said that is except, that's true, and they're asking what's false, so we're going to put the T there. Right? And we're looking for the F.
A member firm has received written approval from its designated examining authority. That, I believe, is true. The firm's net capital must not fall below 150% of its minimum requirement as a result of the payment. That is true.
That is
No,
false.
it's 120%.
That's right. That's right. So that's
Okay, yep,
right, and that's true.
yep.
So
So that's the answer.
yeah, yeah. So again, that is one where I think we should have immediately gone to our T and Fs. Right? In other words, I think we should immediately have gone to, we're going to go through the answer set, right? And
Mhm.
and then based on that, you know, we can then go back. By the way, you don't even, if you do the T or F, I'm suggesting, you don't even have to deal with the accept until you get done. Because if it would have said all the following are true, then again, we'd be looking for the true thing. So it sometimes can help you get rid of the quandary of how you're going to proceed on that. And so let's,
Okay.
look, you're
So
wrong.
it's D.
Yeah. You said 150. We want to get a score, so I'm gonna mark your on that one. A representative believed that interest rates would likely to fall and contacted every client to suggest they purchase high quality debt securities with long-term maturities. This action would be.
Okay, is probably not in, it probably is in violation. So A is not correct.
That's right.
Might be based on material inside information. Interest rates, I don't know about that being inside information. Let me go back to that one. Is a miscalculation because a drop in interest rates will cause bond prices to fall, leading a loss in the client's accounts. Has probably violated suitability standards. The representative believed interest rates were likely to fall and contacted every client to suggest they purchase high quality debt. This action, I believe, is D.
Yeah, that's a blanket recommendation. Good job. And you know, that wouldn't be suitable for everybody. One of the members' firm's clients is an 80-year-old widow. She has an account of 86 grand. And reviewing this account, it's noted that 24,000 commissions were charged the account over the past quarter. I'm laughing because sometimes I read questions like this, even in real life. I'm demented. I like to see what people get in trouble for. And sometimes I read the circumstances and I go, I don't even know how I would do this, Jordan. I don't know how I could generate $24,000 in commissions on 86 grand. I just, if that were my goal, I don't even think I could do it. A compliance officer's first step should be to.
All right, amend the customer's account information to reflect, no, that's not true. Restrict the account from further trading and launch an investigation. Maybe contact the client by phone and mail. No. Refer the matter to your firm's legal department as a red flag. D. Well, let's see here, B or D. Let me see.
Yeah.
Restrict the account from further trading and launch an investigation, or refer this matter to your firm's legal department as a red flag. I think on second look, I'm going with B on this one.
I like that. It's exactly right. That would be the next, in terms of escalation, that would be the next escalation, right? But you're right, very subjective, right? I say, well, until I can see what's going on here, let restrict the account. And then, you know, let me do some more homework and see what's going on. An unregistered non-branch location could be each of the following except. So again, I like it, RTF.
Okay,
so they're saying one of these things must be a branch.
All right, so a location used for securities less than 30 days, that is, I don't know how to answer this question, but that's false. So that is a branch.
Yeah, so
well,
that's
let me see here.
Whatever you're going to do, be consistent. You're correct. That is a branch.
Yes.
So that's
okay.
false.
Okay. An office used primarily for non-securities activities where an associated person affects no more than 25 securities in a calendar year. That one is also false.
That's right. That's a branch. We're looking for, we're at non-branch.
A non-branch.
Yeah, so we're looking for the branch.
Okay, so a representative's home, which is published in the phone book, or an office used solely for back office functions. And we are looking for a branch.
Yeah.
Oh, Dean. Okay. A representative's home office, which is published in the phone book. My assumption there is if it's published in the phone book, he's doing business there.
That's exactly
And
right.
so that would need to be registered.
That's right. That's
Back
exactly.
office functions. Okay.
That's right, right? You nailed it, right? It's the key pivot is published in the phone book. So he's saying that people can come to his home and conduct a securities business during normal business hours. And so indeed, that makes the answer C. Good job. I love how you wrote
Okay.
that.
So
That's one of those.
let's address all of the negative words in this question and how do I sort
Well, you
that
did
in
a
my
pretty good
mind?
job. So I think you did a pretty good job on this. We were a little wobbly about what we were being asked. So we got to say, okay, an unregistered non-branch location could be each of the following except. Then we decided to pivot the question into the positive sense of this and say, okay, we're being asked which one of these things is a branch. And we could either put
Okay.
true, T or F. We could have put maybe to avoid the confusion of true, false, we were on the right side of that once we pivoted. But we could have said, and this is what I, sometimes do, is like we had one word do or do not, right? So here, maybe instead of putting true, false, we put non-branch,
Yeah.
right? We put non-branch, right? And then again, who knows, maybe on this one, we put question mark, and then we say non-branch, and then even if we didn't know that, we'd get it correct, right?
Okay.
But here
Yeah, I
we-
think that's probably how it would be less confusing.
Yeah, so just give it a moment. I mean, you have time. You're not going to run out of time on the test. They give you plenty of time. They're not trying to sort you by how quick you think. So just give some thought when you proceed. The other thing I might suggest, so there's a couple of ways to go. But, we're talking about getting comfortable with the question before you jump in, which is really important. The other thing you might want to do is get rid of the except. Sometimes that helps. Right? Unregistered could be each of the following, and then that gets you back to where you're not dealing with the pivot on the grammar. Right? All the following are true except. So you can get rid of the except. And now it's very clear that what we're going to do is go through this and either put non-branch or branch. And then when you're done, you can cover that for the except, right? So you may want to cover up the except and deal with it as in the positive sense. And then when you're all done putting branch or non-branch, then do the reveal.
Okay.
145, you were pretty good on this before. So let's see if you can go 2 for 2 on rule 145.
All right, 145, merger and acquisition exempts which of the following from registration? Okay, so stock resulting from a stock split, stock resulting from a stock dividend, stock issued in connection with an acquisition. So 3 is not correct because if you have stock that's issued with an acquisition, it does have to be registered.
That's right. So the 3 is out now. So that means A is out. And that means if you're saying 3 is out,
B is out.
B is out. Yeah. So now you just got C or D to deal with.
Okay, so that's not, I was going to say, so if 3 is out, that means 4 is in, but that does not necessarily mean, okay, IPO in which the entire amount is being sold by officers. That still has to be registered, I believe.
I love you. Well, you're correct. Absolutely. So
yeah, okay.
3 and 4 needs to be registered. This is saying which it does not need to be registered. You just told me 3 or 4 does, and you were correct.
And 1 and 2 is true or is accurate because the initial stock that's either being split or the dividend has already been registered.
Yeah, absolutely. Nailed it. So okay. Absolutely. Which of the following is an established customer according to SEC Rule 15 G9?
Okay, I don't know 15 G9 by
but again, what we're trying to do is that
rule number. But
yeah, but you're going to get context from this. So even with that, it was like the other one we had, which was fact. And you said, well, geez, I don't know about fact. And I said, well, yeah, but they gave you the context by telling you identity theft. And here they're giving you context by saying established customer. And then you see the answer set and you say, okay, this is about an established customer. Well, when is that going to be meaningful? Established customer is only meaningful in penny stocks. right? Because if you're an established
Mhm.
customer, we don't have to give you that disclosure thing.
Okay, so individual who established an account with the firm 8 months ago, that is not true because it's
That's
1 year.
That's right.
Individual who opened a penny stock account with a firm and made 3 purchases of different penny stock issues on the same day. So I know that 3 purchases of different penny stocks is accurate. I'm not sure that they have to be on the same day. So I'd put a question mark next to B.
Right on.
An individual who carries an account with the firm and has affected securities transactions more than 1 year previously. Does that even make sense? Individual who carries an account with the firm and has affected a securities transaction more than 1 year previously. No, in D. So I believe the answer is B.
Well, test taking trick here. Test taking trick. Whenever we have 2 answers that say opposed things, I say, okay, well, one's telling me an established customer is somebody who's had funds with me for a year. And D is saying an established customer is somebody who has funds with me or had an account for 6 months. I kind of think, okay, well, maybe it's one of those 2. You said B. I'm going to mark you wrong because it's not on the same day. It's 3 different days, but I don't think that really is a thing you're going to be tested on. But it's not B. It's actually A. It's 3 penny stocks on different days with the same firm or funds with for a year. And so the answer here is C. Now, what also is very testable is to know the definition of a penny stock. You know the definition of a penny stock?
Yes, it's a non-NASDAQ, or I guess an OTC stock less than $5.
A non-NASDAQ OTC stock under 5, you're correct. And then remember, what is the standard for a statement to you if you have a penny stock in your account?
Monthly.
Good job. Good job.
So go back to that C, like, is it written correctly? So individuals who carries an account with the firm and has effect.
Yeah, the grammar is atrocious, but you're an established customer if you've been with me for more than a year.
Okay.
So I agree with you. You know, Bill, I apologize if you're listening, but Bill James is the guy at Kaplan who's in charge of 24. And him and I do get into it every now and again. I love him. He's an eccentric guy, and we nothing but love. And where we get into it sometimes is, geez, Bill, can't you write this in a clear way? He could. He's a very, very guy. But because people say they encounter, bad grammar and bad kind of phraseology, he tries to model that in these questions. So in plain English, you
Okay.
just 3 penny stocks on 3 separate days, established customers more than a year. But that's C. So, what you also got to do, Jordan, is say, and this happens to me. I go, God, I know this. And I'm looking at the answers and I go, what's another way to say what I think the answer is? So I call that projecting the right answer. I read the question. I think, okay, what do I think the right answer is going to be? And let's see if it's offered to me. And then if it's not offered to me, I go, okay, well, before I give up here, is there another way to say the same thing I had? I was tutoring a young lady on a NASA exam, and we were talking about projecting the answer, and she gave me the most vulgar street version of the right answer. I said, okay, that is correct, but we know that that's not how that's going to be phrased on the NASA exam. So now what you got to do is put what you just said into the legalese of a NASA exam, right? So
Okay.
that is one of the challenges for sure. 34 applies to all the following except.
Okay. So 34 is the people and places.
Right on. That's exactly what it is, people and places.
Okay. So the Act of 34 applies to all of the following except which one does it not apply to? That answer would be A, because that would be 1933.
Perfect. Under Rule 17F2, an associated person is exempt from fingerprinting if they submit illegible fingerprint cards on how many occasions? So you just have one of those fingers that just doesn't work.
3. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, excellent. Well-known seasoned issuer enjoys certain advantages. One of these is being able to use Form S3 for shelf offerings. When filed automatically effective, that is a testable point. Now here they gave us free information. Maybe you didn't know that shelf offerings for Wixies are immediately effective. That is testable. And they just told you that. You said, well, thank you very much. To be a Wixie, a firm must have, as of the date within 60 days of determination date, a market value of its outstanding voting and non-voting stock and a common equity held by. So how much equity do you need to be a Wixie?
You need 700 million. But the question, so affiliates and
Yes, correct.
non-affiliates.
You said 700 million. You're correct. So now you got to decide, is it A or is it D?
Oh, okay, so let me see here. On my note card, I only have 700 million or 1 billion in fixed income.
Yeah, that you're absolutely right. Your note cards are pretty good. I like your note cards. Hey, listen, so now, okay, now you got to think like a compliance officer. You got to think like a 24 and decide whether it's A or D. So are we going to say that it's 700 million in equity by the affiliates? That would be the officers, directors, principal stockholders, the immediate families. Or is it 700 million in equity by non-affiliates, people, not officers, not directors, not principal stockholders and their immediate families?
60 determination date and market value of its outstanding voting and non-voting. The market value of its outstanding voting and non-voting common equity held by. I think I'm going to go D on this one, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that would be.
For some reason, I think I'm getting voting and non-voting because for some reason I thought it was affiliates and non-affiliates, but that clearly is not the answer.
Yeah, well,
because of
in this situation, you got to go with the kind of the stricter interpretation is what it's about, right? Voting and non-voting equity of non-affiliates. You're right about the
I'll
vote.
update that on my card.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a testable distinction, but yeah, you got the 700 million. So my point is your tutor is just when you get to the 700 million, you got two answers, then you got to go, okay, well, what would be a stricter construction of this? And, okay, well, gee, the stricter construction would be to say this is not, Larry Ellison and, at Oracle, which should be other folks. In a dominated and controlled trading market. So what we're saying here is there is not an independent competitive market for this security. That's what this means in plain English. There is not an independent competitive market. If there were an independent competitive market, it would be based on the inside market, the highest bid
market, yeah,
and the lowest ask, but they're telling us that it's not.
So I'm trying to visually remember. I have this written down. I believe it's contemporaneous cost.
You're absolutely correct. Right. Good. What that means in plain English, pay for it.
Oh, one of them is the last purchase, right? So it's inside bid. Contemporaneous cost, I believe, is at the bottom of my note card. What is the middle one?
Well, the middle one
is last purchase.
Yeah, the last purchase would be part of contemporaneous cost. The last transaction. I think if we find the question and send it to me, screenshot it. But the last price would give us an idea of what the independent market is or contemporaneous cost. So that would depend on the context of the question, right?
Okay.
So just find that one. But you got this one right. By the way, I would know both versions of that. So dominating control trading markets means there's not an independent competitive market. If there were an independent competitive market, the answer would have been B, the lowest asking price, right? Because it says mark up. If it said it said an inactive competitive market marked down, it would have been highest bid. Which of the following items of communication with the public are subject to routine spot checking by FINRA?
Okay, and I think everything is, but let me just go through and make sure. An independently prepared reprint that was filed over a year ago, but also has been material. Yes, that can be spot checked. A form letter that has been distributed to more than 25 prospective customers. Yes, that can be spot checked. And material that has been approved by a principal. I think all of them C.
Excellent. I love that. Good job. SCC through 15.3-1 regulates aspects of financial and operational activities of a registered broker dealer. Which aspects? Okay.
Most definitely net capital.
That's right. They give that to you in the context.
And aggregate indebtedness, I believe.
Right on. Fiscal responsibility of the broker dealer, right?
Yes.
Good job.
Customer protection is 15C3-3.
Excellent. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that would be 2 and 3.
Special reserve, that's just margins, right? Or is that part of
No,
C?
I don't want to cloud your mind. You're doing so well, but 15.3-3 is both 2 and 3. We have to have a reserve account where we deposit on Tuesday morning the difference between what we owe customers and customers owe us. That's that special reserve
I
account.
just rewrote that note card yesterday. So
which of the following are considered retail communication under FINRA rules and interpretations?
Okay, so retail communication is 26 and more.
Yeah, or
So
25, either way you want to say that, that's right.
I know. So a website operated by a member firm, communication on an electronic bulletin board. 2 is true because you can't, you can't figure out how many people are looking at it or make sure that it's 25 or less. So 2, emails to no more than 20, that is not correct. So 3, let me see here, which of the following are considered retail communications? So 2 and I believe it's C, 1 and 2.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Under the COP, I always think COP, bad things, the COP, the code of procedure. A member firm may be summarily suspended by
I believe it's all 3 of them. So first is the district hearing panel. If you don't like that, you can go to the National Judicatory Council, and then you can appeal to the SEC, but all 3 of them can suspend you.
Yeah, but they're not going to, they've already done that. You would be, I think this is not a bad miss, but the SEC wouldn't suspend you. They would decide whether or not that your suspension was fair. Right?
If they would uphold it.
Yeah, so yeah, it's actually 2 and 3. Not a bad miss, though. Not a bad miss. It's not the SEC because the code of procedure is about FINRA. 2 and 3 are FINRA. The SEC, there's nothing about the code, the COP that relates to the SEC. Right. So you're correct to tell me that if you think that was unfair, you're going to go to the SEC, but that isn't a part of the code of procedure. Right. That's you now saying you think the code of procedure was not fair. Right. So you're correct if I would have asked you about appeals, but we're just asking about who's going to suspend you. And you would have already been suspended by FINRA by the time you get to the SEC. You know, but PS and even the SEC, they could suspend you because they're God, but they would typically tell FINRA to suspend you, right? You know, so not a bad miss. I think that was something I would not march around for. In an undivided syndicate, liability for unsold securities rests with. So undivided immunities, we call an undivided syndicate Eastern Syndicate.
The liability for the unsold securities. So if it was a divided, so I remember that by the Great Divide is in the West, anything that's left unsold is a problem of that syndicate. So this is asking about an undivided syndicate. I can get it down to B or D. Who do they belong to?
So just put some numbers to it. It's $100 million deal.
Okay.
And I ask, how much does your firm want to take down? And you tell me, Dean, what kind of syndicate is it before I answer? I say, it is, Jordan, a undivided Eastern syndicate. 100 million, how much do you want to take down? You say, Dean, we'll take down 10 million. So now we're saying, okay, so there's unsold securities. The syndicate has unsold securities. The unsold securities rest with
The syndicate.
Yeah, by the way, kind of again, test taking trick. We should have kind of looked at this and said A and C are opposite answers. So it's either A or C. So, you know, if it's a divided syndicate, it's going to be a different answer than if it's an undivided syndicate.
So I'm leaning on C because if it was on a pro rata basis,
Well,
wouldn't that suggest they would be divided?
No, you got it kind of in your head kind of backwards. It's the opposite.
Backwards.
Eastern Syndicate, it's Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Mafia, we're all in it together. You know, in an Eastern family dinner, we keep passing it around. In a Western family dinner, what goes down stays down. So my example, if this syndicate blows up and it's undivided, you told me you were taking down 10%. And so you're going to be liable based on 10% of whatever the loss is. Now, if it was Western divided, what goes down stays down. And if you took down 10 million, you would be on the hook for 10 million. All right. So again, let's just do a couple examples. This is very testable. So you're going to get this idea of syndicates. The answer is A. I'm going to mark you wrong. What'd you say? C?
Yes.
So we are doing a syndicate. It's $100 million. And I'm the managing underwriter. You're a syndicate member, your firm. And I call you and I say, how you doing on the 10 million? You say, Dean, we. I said, you got a mouse in your pocket? There's no we. You said you were going to sell 10 million. You said, well, we only sold 8. I said, no, you did not. You sold 10. You said, we sold 8. I go, no, 2 million goes into your inventory. Attention brokers, blue light special. What goes down stays down. In a firm commitment underwriting, divided syndicate, what goes down stays down. If you tell me you're taking down 10 million, you're doing 10 million.
You're responsible for 10 million.
That's
okay.
right. I think, again, you were right about this idea of Western, you know, John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, this side of the Rockies. You tell me you're going to do something, you're going to do it. You're going to do it.
Okay.
Now, if it's undivided, I call you up. I say, how you doing? I'm the manager, you're a syndicate member. And you say, Dean, we sold all ours. We're done. We said we'd sell 10 million. We did 10 million and we are done. I said, no, no, no. You know, if this was a divided syndicate, that would be correct. But I'm doing reallocation right now. I'm reallocating unsold securities. We have a $10 million worth of bonds that didn't get sold. You say, ooh, you know, how much for me? I say 10% of 10 million is $1 million. Your pro rata basis was 10%. So you're on the hook, you're liable for what the loss is on a pro rata basis, whatever that percentage was. So it sounds like you're kind of backwards on that, right? So
yeah, I wrote it down. I need to get more familiar with that. I remember high level from my 7, but that was a year and a half ago.
well, that's okay. That's okay. But this is testable. So an undivided syndicate, important to know, right? Is a general securities principal working corporate finance. What kind of syndicate are we joining? Are we joining a divided syndicate? Because whatever you take down, that's what we got to sell. And then, you know, ours is undivided. It's percentage. By the way, remember in a firm commitment, usually divided syndicates are firm commitments. But in a firm commitment, remember the haircut was going to be 30% on what we didn't sell that goes into inventory. Right.
Yep.
So that would be that kind of a version of that. So that's what we're trying to find here is little areas where we can get a little perhaps more comfortable with corporate finance. Then remember, regardless of what kind of syndicate it is, selling group members, very testable, are never liable for unsold securities. So if you just receive the selling concession, you are never liable for unsold securities.
Okay.
Under federal rules, the prevailing market price for markups on corporate bonds is
The prevailing market price. Okay, so this is either A or B, and it's saying mark up, which goes against the lowest offer.
so, but the key word here is prevailing market price. So they're not asking you about the bid and the ask. They're asking the prevailing market price for markups. Right, so that's the key. So absent other information contrary, the prevailing market price. In other words, if we don't have an inside market, we don't really have bids and asks as it relates to corporate bonds. So this is another example in which it's going to be the contemporaneous cost you put it into inventory at. Right?
Okay.
So there's not this concept of the interdealer market as it relates to corporate bonds. Under CAT rules, member firms must synchronize their time clocks.
D.
Before the market open each day. You are correct. When a client's cash account is frozen, the client, I like this one. The reason you're frozen is you took a free ride. You bought and sold the security, you didn't pay for the buy. And so now we're going to freeze your account, and they're asking, what is going on with the freeze?
Okay, we make sales only with the firm's permission, must deposit the full purchase price no later than the settlement date for the purchase, must deposit the full purchase price before the purchase order may be executed or may not trade under any circumstance. So we're going B and C because they are the same type of answer, but something is different about each of them.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, so let me see here. Client's cash account is frozen. The client must deposit the full purchase price no later than the settlement date of the purchase, or must deposit the full purchase price before the purchase order may be executed. I'm going with C on this one, Dean, because if the account is frozen, I don't want to give you a chance to make a purchase and then not have the money when it settles.
Excellent rationale. Love it. That was a perfect answer. Restrictions of purchases and sales, initial equity public offerings are placed upon each of the following except. So we're asking about restricted persons here.
Okay, so restricted persons are, I remember this is the up, down, sideways rule, or anybody you're providing material support to.
Right on.
So restrictions of purchases and sales of equity public offerings are placed upon which of the following? Except, so which one can participate is what it's asking me. Spouses, children, brother. Okay, so B fits the definition that I just said, right? Brothers, sisters, anyone receiving material support.
That's correct.
The answer on this one is C. My parents' in-laws are nowhere.
This is a bad miss. You gave me the right thing. Up, down, sideways. So your spouse's children, down. Brothers and sisters,
down.
Sideways. Parents-in-laws, up. Key point.
Oh, okay, so this is a bad miss because I read this as my parents' in-laws, not.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense, right? Yeah, you said C.
So
it's D.
Right, so it would be D, the brothers and sisters, yeah. But I would have gotten that one wrong because the way that I read that was.
I get it.
That was my parents-in-laws
Yeah, well, let's be clear, your parents in-laws
of my husband. Yeah,
would be restricted. So, right, your husband's parents are up, right?
correct.
So yeah, that's a miss. That's a miss. Even the way you told me you read it, it's a miss.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, that's I think the first time we're at question 57. I think this is the first time I've told you it was a bad miss. And the reason it's a bad miss is because I know you know it, right? You don't want to be giving up questions like that.
Yeah.
Ugh, ugh. You know, hey, I'm hoping we're operating from abundance. We'll know when we'll get a score. And what I mean operating from abundance is, man, I see a question like this, like, oh man, maybe I just want to guess B, assign that to the universe and move on. But a member firm must establish, maintain, and enforce written policies and procedures, which are called the WSPs, reasonably designed to identify and effectively manage conflicts of interest related to preparation, content, and distribution of research reports, which include periods during which the member must not publish or otherwise distribute research reports. Research analysts must not make public appearances related to the issuer. Okay, so again, the pivot here, periods during which the member must not publish. That's the pivot and the question.
Yeah, so I remember there's 2 dates. So one is 10 days
That's
for
right.
sure.
That's right. So 10
And
days,
the other,
the date of you said 10 days for sure. So that if you're telling me that means you think the answer is B or C, right? I'm just, is there anything else that has 10 days in it? I don't see that. So you're telling me it's either B or D. So what's your other B or C, excuse
can't
me.
remember if it's, yeah, I can't remember if it's 3 or 5.
Okay, so let's see. Do we have a 3 and a 5 in both our remaining answers? I don't see
Doesn't look
a
like it.
5, but I do see a 3 available to you.
And that would be answer C. So let me read that one in its entirety. A minimum of 10 days following the date of an IPO, member has participated in underwriter or dealer in the IPO. 3 days following the date of a secondary offering, if the member has acted as a manager or co-manager of that offering.
That's the answer.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
B has, okay, yeah, I was going to say, but B has it. So I remember it's 10 days following.
Yeah, well, you said,
so yeah, C.
you said
Yeah.
you got to listen, you got to, you know a lot of stuff, and you got to use that to your advantage. You told me you remember 10 days, but you weren't sure about 3 or 5. Right? So based on you telling me 10 days, I'm just pushing the buttons for you, but you said, Dean, I think it's 10 days. I said, okay, well then that means Jordan, it's B or C. And then you said, I can't remember if it's 3 or 5. I said, well, let's see if you have the remaining 2 answers. Do you have something that has 3 and a 5? Because then you're going to have to make that choice. But you didn't have a 5. You only had something that said 3. So that's going to be what we're going to take on the test, right?
Yes.
And that's the correct answer. That is the correct answer. So good job. So that was kind of by the way, that's kind of what I said about you have to translate what you do know into the answers being offered to you, right? So you say, okay, I know there's
and so if you look at B, it also has 3 and 10. Now I got to figure out where my 10 and my 3 go, right?
Yeah, your point. The minimum of 3. I didn't see that it had a 3 for you. My bad. So that one they have the 3 at the front of the question. So Dean didn't RTFA. I didn't read the full answer set there, right? So a minimum of 3 days. No, right? It's going to be the quiet period.
Yeah.
Be that so. Holders exchange traded American depository receipts, except each of the following risks. Which of these risks is least likely to be concerned? So, boy, you got to be careful. These least likely, most likelies.
This one, I believe, is A because it is trading in the U.S.
That is correct, right? The big one is currency risk. Right on. Good job. Which of the following is an established customer? Well, it looks like we got a repeat.
We already have this one.
I think so, but let's just
hold on. I think I missed it last time, so for sure I could get it right this time.
It might be just a different permutation of it, but let's see if it's the same question. Looks like the same question.
I think it is. Which of the following is an established customer? An individual who carries an account with the firm who affected the securities transaction for more than 1 year previously.
Yep.
The poorly written answer, A.
Good job. A broker dealer makes a market in 100 stocks above $5. Has a maintained net capital of.
Okay, so if it's less than 5, that is 2,500 it must have, and if it's more than 5, it's 1,000.
That's right.
So we would go A.
You just gave me
Well,
the
hold on, let me do the math here.
Yeah, you gave me the right number, but make sure you do the math. I mean, we don't get math questions. I think you told me 2,500 per, did you not, for over 1,000?
No, I have it backwards. I have
It's 1,000
for any
below 5.
for anything. Oh, then I have that backwards. It's
No, I think you said
1,000
right.
below 5.
Well, we're being recorded, but I think you said it right. I think you said, and if I was listening correctly, that I need, Dean, 1,000 in net capital for stocks. Well, you did it positively. I need 2,500
Yes.
for our stocks over 5. Okay, that's correct. So 2,500 for stocks over
So
5.
2,500.
And you got 100 of them, so I get
It's
250
B.
grand. Yeah, that's C.
Yes.
B, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, by the way, if that was under 5, that would be your floor of 100,000. Right, and you have a ceiling at 1 million. So C and D could have been right answers. There's a floor at 100,000. There's a ceiling at 1 million. Right.
Mm-hmm.
When syndicate members agree to share financial responsibility for unsold securities on a non-divided basis, this contractual arrangement is what type of account?
Eastern.
Right on. So I'm glad that you didn't miss that again, because that's what we said. We're going to beef up a little bit, right? It would have been correct if it would have said, when syndicate members do not agree, then it's Western. Which of the following
Or
factors?
divided, right?
That's right, or divided. Those are
Or
some.
if they change the word to divided.
Yeah, it's the munis that use the word Eastern and Western. Right, so Eastern is undivided, Western is divided. Which of the following factors is not considered when determining if a location should be designated as an office of supervisory jurisdiction requiring a 24, my added commentary, and not a 910?
Okay, so number of registered reps is considered.
Mm-hmm.
The diversity and complexity of securities being sold is considered.
That's right.
Which of the following is not considered when determining if a location should be designated as an I'm going D on this one.
You missed it. It's going to be the size of orders of location, but again, very subjective. I'm not really worried about this as an answer. It's not the size of the orders. You were right. It's definitely number of reps, the kind of things being sold, and not the distance of the OSJ. Yes, how far away are you from a office of supervisory jurisdiction? Meaning, it might be the distance must be such that you should be an OSJ. Right. So I can't have a branch I'm supervising from San Francisco that's on the East Coast. And then so the answer here is not the size of the orders at the location, it's C. Right. So again, I think what I might have done here is got rid of the not. Which of the following factors is considered? A is considered, B is considered, D is considered, C is not. A financial advisor receives a letter in properly executed form from an elderly customer instructing the advisor to wire funds to an individual in a nearby city. A week later, another instruction comes with make a similar wire to the same individual. The advisor has recently noticed the customer is showing signs of memory loss. You should do which of the following. So it sounds like a senior might being exploited. So what?
Mhm. So A looks really interesting to me. B, contact the elder abuse hotline. I would not do that.
Yeah.
Require a notary public to affix to a stamp, no. And fulfill the instructions if the signature is the same. No, I would contact the power of attorney just to make sure that there's no
Gotcha.
funny
Yeah.
business going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Good answer. Excellent. Carrying member may take exception to an account transfer instruction and all the following except. So, this is a test about when you can, delay transferring the account.
Okay, so if the account valid is not, or if the account number is invalid, you can take exception to that. When the customer's signature is missing, you can take exception to that. When the account title does not match that on the carrying firms, that I would flag it. D, when there's a discrepancy over the money balance in the account. The answer is D on that one.
Yeah, it's very much a test question, right? Because, we can settle that separately, transfer the account already. One business day to validate.
So let me.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 day to validate, 3 to transfer, and then 5, which was a new question I've gotten, 5 to when it's a non-transferable security.
Yeah, I haven't had any idea. I mean, they've seen that, but yeah.
On this one though, Dean, like what if it says, hey, we want to transfer $1 million of Dean's account over to our broker dealer. And when you go to log into Dean's account, there's $100 in there. Could you take exception to that? Or you're like, whatever, there's a discrepancy over the value.
The point, your point, I think you're overthinking it. That's not going to transfer. So we're still transferring the account, and then we're going to say, but we're not doing the money. We'll take care of that difference separately. So in other words, you're going to transfer the account, and then we'll settle that money balance difference as a separate issue. So your point, I'm not transferring $1 million. There's $100 in there. I'm going to transfer the 100, and then you and I will talk about the 900 and say what the hell is going on with that.
Okay.
Under SEC Rule 10b-10 confirmation rules, all one must be disclosed to a customer on a trade confirmation, except, so one of these things does not need to be on the confirmation.
That answer is D, because that needs to be on the order ticket.
Perfect. Excellent. All research reports issued by a member firm must disclose.
They have to disclose control relationships. So number 1 is true.
The
price at the time the original recommendation was made. I don't know about that one. We'll just put a question mark. Whether the member firm has 1% or more position in the security. That is true. And the name of the member firm providing the recommendation. All research reports issued by a member firm must disclose. So 1 is true. 3 is true. Now I got to figure out, according to the answer set, if 2 and 4 are true as well. The price at the time the original recommendation was made. I think it's A. I think.
Excellent.
Let me just reason though. I don't know about number 2 at all. Like.
But yeah, he's a good test taker. So I'm not sure about number 2, but let me see what I got to do here.
But number 4, yes, the member firm should provide the name. So where I'd be screwed is if 1, 3, and 4 were an answer.
No, I don't think so.
And 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Some of the questions, it's the takeaway. It's the takeaway. So now you know that that's true price at the time of the recommendation. During the onboarding process of a new personal securities account for a 69-year-old investor, the registered rep attempts to obtain the name of a trusted contact person who will be notified if the firm suspects exploitation. However, the investor looking to open the account declines to provide the contact name and information. What is the best course of action?
Okay, so what I know about this is you can ask for it. They don't have to give it to you. You
That's right.
can open the account, but you should also continue to try to get that trusted person's name. So open the account and inform the investor that disbursements from the account must be made on the extended disbursement form. No, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
B, open the
Remember,
account, but
I gotta
place,
say, I just gotta just reinforce what you just said. I don't know what that is. That means we're not taking it as an answer. We stick with what we know. You know, we want to take the test. We know what the test taking us. So if we don't know what that means, you're right. That means A goes out and say, I'm not picking anything that I don't know what it means. A is out. Right?
yeah. Okay, open the account, but place a dollar limit on the disbursements from the account. No. The firm cannot open the, yes, you can open the account. B, note the refusal to provide a trusted contact person and open the account. So the answer is D.
Right
I'm
on.
going with.
Love it. Good job. Good job. Which of the advertising and sales promotion activities described below would be permitted in conjunction with 506B private placement?
Okay. Let me write down my little cheat sheet here.
I
So
like it. I like the little cheat sheet.
504,
Notes.
506B. It's unlimited on the amount. Accredited is unlimited. Non-accredited is 35 and solicitation is no. Okay, so which of the advertising or promotional sales or activities described below would be permitted with 506B? Okay, so blanket mailings of magazine reprint sent by a broker dealer to all of the firm's customers that is highly favorable to the issuing corporation. Display advertisements to be run in the local newspaper. I wouldn't do that because of the non-accredited
Right on.
amount or the number. Staging of an investment seminar open to the public at which the number of private placement securities will be promoted. I wouldn't do it because it's public again, and you can only have 35 non-accredited. An announcement of a private placement, an invitation to attend an investment formation meeting sent to a select number of institutional investors. Okay, let me go back to A because I'm not sure about A. Blanket mailing. Okay, so because it's a blanket mailing, I'm going to go no on that one. My answer is D.
Excellent. Love how you answered that. Perfect. Remember, we can have an unlimited number of institutional investors. You attacked it purposely. Yeah, excellent. Under customer protection rule, the credit exceeds the debit in the reserve computation. The difference must be on deposit in the special reserve account within 1 hour of the bank opening on.
I think I remember this is B. Like the next day, the next business day following the computation.
I think the easiest way to think of this is Friday. And then we do it Tuesday. So you got it wrong. It's the second business day following the computation. So I think if we do it Friday, which most of us do it on Friday, that means Tuesday morning within 1 hour of the bank opening, we make the deposit. So it's the second business day, not the business day following.
How do I remember that? I just do.
Yeah, I like to think of we're going to do it on Friday. And then I think of it's Tuesday morning within 1 hour of the opening. So I just think Friday for me and Tuesday is easier. So then I say, okay, I'm doing it Friday, Tuesday. Okay, so now I look at my answer set. I say, okay, which if I do it Friday, would it be fourth business day from Friday? No. Would it be Monday? No. Would it be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? No. It would be Monday, Tuesday, second business day, D. That's how I would do it. But you know,
Okay.
it's just one of those things, right?
Yep. Okay.
Customer's purchase order with a dealer for investment company shares must be executed at a price based on the net asset value of the shares when.
Okay, a customer's purchase order with a dealer for investment company shares, so mutual funds, must be executed at a price based on the net asset value of the shares when the next computed after receipt. Okay, A, last computed before the, no, computed the previous, no, computed the same day the order was received by the dealer. Okay. Oh my God, this is my business. Okay.
Yeah, it
A
is.
customer's
That is, yeah.
purchase
So
order
just put it in that
with,
context. I agree to invest $100,000 in the American funds. So I give that
mhm.
to my broker who has a selling agreement with the American funds. So the question is, Dean, you're gonna get, I say, how many shares of the American fund portfolio am I getting? And they say, Dean, we don't know until they get to your request, you know, the
So the
money.
market closes, yeah. So it would be A, right? Next
Yeah,
computed after the
that's right.
receipt.
We're pricing. That's
Okay.
what that is.
Okay, so what is D telling me? Computed the same day
No, it's
the
not.
order was
Could be,
received.
well, it could be the same day perhaps, but if American fund portfolio is already calculating AV for today, Monday, that's gonna be Tuesday. So it could be D, but
Okay,
that's always the next computation for word pricing.
okay.
If a market maker attempts to lock the market during normal market hours, so that means that, you know, a bid and the ask are the same. The system will, so they're asking what happens to the system if you enter this quote.
Place the order in the MPID at the locking price, return the order to the market maker, display the order in quote view, or route the order for execution at the locking price. Okay, so A and D are saying similar things, but different. Place the order at the locking price, route the order for execution at the locking price. I don't know this answer. If the market maker attempts to lock the market, is it D?
Yeah, I like it. Good job. I like the question too, because what it's kind of saying is, what a lock market is I want to buy the stock at the same point at some other market maker wants to sell. And so we're going to route the order and, you know, just trade against each other till we remove the lock. Right. So if you're at an ask of 15, I put in a bid of 15. You say, well, geez, Dean, you want to buy at 15, I want to sell at 15. The systems would automatically remove the lock by trading. Right. So good job. Good job. That was a tough one.
So, yeah, but also it's not, I mean, it's not tough. It just like, I feel like it took me longer to find the answer
Well, who cares?
than what it should
Don't
have.
beat yourself up. I mean, I got to be kind on yourself. I mean, who cares? I don't think we've discovered any kind of a time constraint. I mean, we're going pretty slow here, but I
Okay.
mean, on the real test, I don't think you've had or getting through a practice because I'm at a time constraint. So, no, just as long, I don't worry about time as long as you are not, the time is because you're second guessing yourself or you're rolling back on it. If it takes you X number of question time to do it, you know, that's okay. I mean, we need to poke it out. And then by the way, remember, you got to give yourself credit too for the ones you're getting right, where I'm saying good job, where it's aim and shoot, point and click. You're going to make up time there, right? So you got to, you just got to average that. You do have to be a little careful that you don't go so slow that you wear yourself out.
Yeah.
You gotta have enough juice to get through this thing, right? So, we're not even halfway through, right? We've done it over a couple hours here. So that you do have to, give yourself credit on. Under FINRA rules, a principal must review all discretionary accounts.
Okay, so it's either A or B.
That's right.
periodically or frequently?
Again, you gotta think
I'm
like,
gonna go with, I'm gonna go frequently.
yeah, because I want to be able to say not frequent enough to you, right? So that's right. You got to put on that compliance hat kind of thing and say, okay, which one of those allows me to give you a pushback on you? Periodically, no,
Yep.
frequently is the better answer. By the way, that's one of those ones
Okay.
I said where, it's the better answer. If a broker dealer discovers a stock is lost or missing, but does not suspect it's stolen, it must report the information to the Security Information Center.
Yes. Hold on, let me try to picture my note card here.
Yeah,
So it's
I know.
lost, but you don't suspect that it's stolen. Okay, it's not immediately because you don't think it's stolen.
That's exactly, I like that. That's a attack and reverse, right? Attack from a different direction. I like it.
Yep. And it's not C. I can't remember if it's second or third. I think it's B. So you have 2 days to find it. If you can't find it, you have to report it on the third day.
Good job. Excellent. 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 Which among statements regarding retail communication prepared by an established firm are true?
Okay, so established means it does not have to file everything in the first year.
That's right.
Okay, and it's asking me about retail communication. So that's 26 and more. Options communication distributed for the first time through the mass media must be filed with FINRA at least 10 calendar days prior to first use. Okay, we'll put a question mark there because I'm not sure if it's prior to first use or within 10 days of first use. All options related communications must be filed, God dang it, within 10 days of first use. Okay. Mutual fund communications must be filed at least 10 days before first use. So 4 is correct.
You're correct. 4 is correct. So it's either B or D.
Okay. Now I just got to remember if it's within 10 days of first use or prior. Options communication distributed for the first time through mass media must be filed. I don't think that has to do with anything.
Yeah, you had a
All
summer
options
question about,
related.
you had a summer question about volatility, I think, on mutual funds, and you're on the right track. There are some things that are different, even for established firms. You're correct about 4. And so now you got to decide, whether you're taking 1 and 4 or whether you're taking 2 and 4. So what it really comes down to is you're going to say that you can run the options retail communication after first use, or it has to be prior to first use. That's where the pivot is.
Mm-hmm. The thing that's throwing me off is the first time through mass media. Like, I don't know what that matters.
We'll just get, yeah, I don't think it does. So you can just get rid of it if you want. Option of communication distributed for the first time. Skip that. Must be filed
Must
with
be filed.
calendar day. So you can skip the mass media if you choose to. It really isn't a pivot, and the question is my point.
Okay.
The only thing you have to decide is, are you going to say 10 calendar days prior to first use, or are you going to say 10 days within 10 days of first use?
I'm going to go with prior to first use. So
Yeah,
1 and 4.
Excellent. Excellent. Right. And that's what again, when you get those things, you want to go with strict construction and think, okay, I'm trying to protect the public. I'm trying to protect the firm. You got to have that mindset. You got to kind of think like FINRA or compliance officer. Our business is the exact opposite of what I've heard most people say about other businesses, where they say, oh, it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. Not so much in our business.
Mm-hmm.
One of your representatives bought a substantial amount of a penny stock for his personal account and now appears to be recommending the stock to high net worth customers. In discussions with sales supervisors at various branches, you learn that several representatives are doing the same. Wow. What could be a likely supervisory concern?
Okay, so it's not B. The representative might be preparing to mark the close on this stock. Well, it doesn't say anything about when they're buying it.
That's right.
So I would mark out C. The representative might be attempting to manipulate the market. Yes. The representatives might be painting the tape to falsely show high market activity. One of your representatives bought a substantial amount of penny stock for his personal account and now appears to be recommending this stock to high net worth customers. In discussion with sales supervisors at various banks, you learn that several representatives are doing the same with the same stock.
That sounds like a classic.
Falsely show. Oh, I have it between A and D, but painting the tape, what is the definition?
Painting the
of
tape is
painting
giving the
tape?
impression of false volume. This is not false volume.
It's not false volume, it is volume. So
Yeah,
it's D.
that's right. You should be thinking pump and dump,
Yes.
right? The pump, where I'm thinking we're pumping this stock up. And then I'm going to be worried that there's going to be, following the pump, there's going to be a dump, right?
Big
So
dump, yep.
that's a classic. FINRA prohibition against adjusting inventory in anticipation of releasing a research report applies to.
I think the answer is B. You
Uh,
shouldn't adjust the inventory ahead of a research report.
That's right. You're correct. Boom. Several years after opening a brokerage firm at a FINRA member firm, an individual joins another FINRA member firm as a research analyst. Regarding his responsibilities, which of the following is true?
The individual need notify only the employee member of the account. No notification is required. That is not true either.
That's right.
The individual must notify both members of his relationship with the other. That one looks good. The individual need notify only the member carrying the account of his association with the other member firm. No, I think the answer is C.
Excellent. A carrying broker-dealer must have physical possession or control of which of the following?
Okay, yes to fully paid securities. Margin securities or excess margin securities. A and C is what I have it narrowed down to.
You're correct. You are correct. This is a tough one. I think this one's pretty tough.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is if margin securities is
Yeah, you're
something
right.
you have to have physical possession over. I don't think so. So I'm going to answer C.
Man, that is excellent. That is excellent.
Oh,
Because-
do I get bonus points for that one?
You should, because the margin, remember, we're rehypothecating those securities. So
Yes.
the customer is pledging and then we're repledging. So those are at the bank. The ones that aren't at the bank are the excess margins. Excellent. Yeah, you don't get extra credit for it, but
Okay.
I thought you were going to get suckered with A. I thought you were going to get suckered on that too. And you really, brought a lot of brain housing power to that, that job.
My head hurts.
Yeah, well, well, good news. We're halfway there. I told you this was going to be a slog. Your firm is managing.
Yes.
What's that?
Can I run to the ladies' room just real quick?
Sure,
It's
sure.
right
Let's take
behind my office.
15. Yeah, let's take 15 minutes. Alexa,
Okay.
set timer 15 minutes. She's not cooperating today. Alexa, set timer 15 minutes.
15 minutes, starting now.
All right, let's see at 15.
All right.
All right, onward and upward. 80, we're halfway home. All right. Your firm is managing a follow-on offering for Beta Corporation, a listed company. A research analyst at your firm asks if he can attend the roadshow regarding the Beta offering. As a compliance officer, you would tell this person.
Okay, so this is a follow-on, not an IPO.
That's correct.
Can't remember if that I think there's an exception here, but I can't remember if that matters. They are he wants to attend the roadshow, not speak at the roadshow. So I can't quite remember if that matters either. So that's what I know about, and it's not an emerging growth company. So
that's
that
right.
I know is also an exception. Okay, so he may attend and speak at the roadshow. He may not attend or speak at the roadshow. Written permission from the issuer is required. That is not correct.
Yeah, the issuer has nothing to do.
See, I can mark out. Yeah. He may attend but not speak at the roadshow. Okay, so he may attend and speak. He may not attend or speak. And he may attend but not speak. Research analyst at your firm asks if he can attend a roadshow regarding Beta offering. I don't believe he can go or speak, so I think it's B.
Excellent, 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 excellent. Which of the following must an issuer selling stock under 506B make available to prospective purchasers?
Okay, so detailed financial information regarding the issuer. I think they would want to be interested in that if they were going to possibly purchase. So A, I would put a question mark next to. Disclosure of material relationships or affiliates, that always needs to be disclosed. So 2 is correct, which marks out B and D. So now let's see if 3 and 4 are correct. Okay, information regarding the fact that securities involved are restricted and have limited liquidity. I would probably want to know that if I was a prospective purchaser. And then an opportunity to ask questions regarding terms and conditions. So A
excellent.
is the answer I'm going with.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. By the way, I like that you put yourself in the perspective of the customer here. So I like that you did that. You said, okay, if I was a customer, would I want to know that? Absolutely. Right. So, if you can put yourself in the context of the question, that sometimes can be helpful. A customer sold 100 shares of NOP to your firm's market maker at $48.80. Simultaneously, the market maker sold 100 MOT to another customer at $48.80. The market maker charged the selling customer a markdown of 60 cents and a buyer a markup of 60 cents. This is an example of.
Okay, so it's A or D. And I need to figure out, so DIP'em, dealer is who deals with the markup or markdown. Is a dealer an agency or is a dealer a principal? DIP. A riskless principal trade or a riskless agency trade? Let me write this down. DIPM. Okay, so I'm going to answer this one D.
This is a bad miss.
Oh, okay. Tell me why.
Because agency means commission. And it said here, customer sold it. Right. So that means we bought it at a markdown. Right. You were on the right track with your DIP'em. So I'm not quite sure how the DIP'em related got to you, the D answer. Dealer inventory principal markup or markdown. And this is a markdown and then a markup. And I had both of those trades at the same time, so markup markdown means that you should have got to the idea it's principal. Right, so that's why I'm saying it's a bad.
Which is
mix. So we
in,
got that.
okay, yeah.
Interpositioning is putting a third party in the trade. There's no third party here. And market taker model is not, it's just a nonsensical answer. So riskless agency would be, I sold it to customer A at 48.80, sold it to customer B at 48.80, and charged both a commission. That would be dual agency. And that would have been an agency trade. But in agency trades, we don't have risk anytime. In an agency transaction, I
Right.
don't have risk because I'm just charging commission. Right.
Okay.
So I thought you were going to get that, by the way. The way you know, when you went to your DIPM, I was a little surprised that after DIPM, you pulled the trigger on D.
Agency.
Which of the following instructions can best be described as a discretionary order?
Okay, so discretionary is action, asset, amount.
Right on.
And it's going to have only two, price and time, right separately. Okay, so sell is the action. The amount is 100 shares. DEF, they're telling me. So that one, no.
Right on. Good job.
Buy 25,000 of LMN. No, that one has all three of them. Sell 300 shares of ABC. The answer to this one is D.
Excellent. Right. What's missing there is the asset.
Mm-hmm.
Which of the following securities deliveries require an inquiry of the Security Information Center?
Okay, 100,000 of registered certificates of indebtedness received from another clearing member in the clearing member's name. Don't believe so. Primary offering of $100,000 of NMS stocks, so National Market Security stocks, received from the issuer or its transfer agent. 100,000 of negotiable securities received from an existing retail customer registered in another broker-dealer's name. 100,000 received in bearer bonds from a new or existing retail customer where there is no record of purchase. Okay, so what I know about inquiries is any new customer
Right on.
and anything that is delivered in what is the word? In my mind's drawn a blank. Okay, so let me go back to this. So 100,000 received, or 100,000 negotiable securities received from an existing retail customer registered in another broker-dealer's name. So 4 seems suspicious as hell for sure.
Right on.
And that eliminates letter B. So I think I got that down. All right, let's walk them backwards again. 100,000
opposite, by the way, do the opposite. So if that sounds suspicious as hell, then what doesn't sound suspicious? Right. So we're looking for one more thing. You can either do elimination on what's not suspicious and get rid of them. So you're taking 4, right? So that means it's either A, C, or D. And then we got to say, we got A says 2. So if we can say 2 is not suspicious, we can knock it out. C.
Yeah, 2 doesn't seem suspicious.
That's
because
right.
it's
That's out.
the
So
only.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So 1 and 3. I'm going to say it's 3 and 4
Excellent.
is the answer.
Excellent. Right. The thing that's suspicious about 3 is it's in some other broker's dealer's name, not the customer.
Right.
So
like, how'd you get
delivering securities that are in the name of the broker and not his own. Right on. DPP roll-ups refer to the combination or reorganization of.
Okay, I know a DPP roll-up is a combination of multiple limited partnerships. Is it A?
It's actually this one. The grammar I think is pretty atrocious. But it only takes one to do a roll up because we could roll it into another. So I don't think it's a bad miss, but it's one or more. I don't think you'll see that on the test. What you will see, and I'll just ask you now to demonstrate your prowess or lack thereof. What is the maximum compensation a broker dealer can charge to do the roll up? Very testable.
Yes, I have 2 and 7 in my head.
It's 2.
2, okay. What is 7%?
I don't know of anything that's 7%. We have 5% on the secondary market markdown policy. That's 5. We have 8.5% on mutual funds. We have 10% on public partnership syndication fees, and no more than 15% in promotion and expenses on partnerships. I don't know anything 7, but if you bump into it, let me know.
Okay.
Branch's daily blotter reveals the biggest producer has purchased 1,000 ABC calls for his own account a few minutes before he bought 10,000 shares for his biggest client. This could be an indication. Oh, I like this one. Could be an indication of.
Okay, so he bought them before.
That's right.
So it's not capping.
Yeah, capping is keeping the stock from going up, and it's not that.
Painting the tape is creating a false sense
Volume.
of market or a
Yeah,
false
that's real volume.
market.
Yeah, that's right. That's real volume.
So I'm going with C on with
Excellent.
front
Great.
running.
Trading ahead, that's exactly right. Pegging is keeping the stock from going down. So all those are fraudulent, but this one is C. All the following statements regarding variable annuities are true except.
Okay, so investors receive a return guarantee. That is, yep, variable annuity, that is not true. That's false.
Boom.
Yep. Dividends and capital gains must be, yes, it's A.
Yeah, the minute you hear the word guarantee, yeah, that's a red flag. We don't use, there's 2 nasty words we never use, the word guarantee, and the other word we never use is approve. Following a recent examination of a FINRA member firm, the examiners noticed on the exception report the firm failed to adequately address communications and correspondence in the firm's written supervisory procedures. Which of the following statements would least likely be mentioned in the exception report? Oh, that's kind of an odd one.
Okay, so we're examining a company. We noted that you have failed to adequately address communication and correspondence in your WSPs. Which of the following would least likely be mentioned in the exception report? Okay, communications included a fictional name by which the member is not commonly recognized. That doesn't make any sense to this question, so no. A broker-dealer, well, which of the following would least likely be mentioned? Okay, that could be in there then, if I go back and read the question correctly.
Yeah, so let's
broker-dealer
thing. So yeah, so we're looking for, so something least likely. So you're correct. That's likely a problem.
A broker-dealer did not disclose a specific product or services being offered by the member when it included the other company's names in the communication. That could likely be in there.
Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Yep. A broker-dealer permitted to publish a blind advertisement to recruit personnel. A broker-dealer failed to disclose any relationship between the member and any person who is named in the communication. What is this asking me?
So there's, what are you most likely, which of these 3 of these things are likely something FINRA wrote you up for in your exception report? 3 of these things are things they said you need to work on. One of these things
is likely.
That's right. One of these things they had no problem with.
Yeah, so that would be the blind advertisement.
There you go. Yeah, so that was, again, this is one of those grammar ones where we have to kind of reverse engineer it to kind of get to where we want to be from the test taking perspective, right? Yeah, by the way, that's the only type of ad you're allowed to run blind. Any other ad you run, you have to clearly and prominently disclose your firm. So you are allowed, that's testable. Now you can run a blind. American Funds could solicit resumes without saying it's American Funds.
Mm-hmm.
SEC Rule 10B 10-10 requires confirmations be given or sent to customers.
At or before the completion of the transaction.
Yeah, which is settlement. So that's correct. Customer's margin may be cross-guaranteed.
Okay, so cross-guaranteed, if I remember correctly, means that I can use other accounts that I have in order to make good on the account. Is that,
Yeah, that's right.
am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is where customer
By,
is guaranteeing customer B's account, which is not what can be done. So they're asking on what situation can a customer guarantee the another customer. So I just told you can't be by another customer, so it's got to be
at all. So that, I heard that, but
I think that's
it,
a good miss under no circumstances, but it's actually
okay.
by the broker dealer carrying the account. I like that answer though. I think it's being a little bit too obtuse in its phraseology, but the takeaway is customer A can't tell me that customer B is going to take care of his debit balance. I say, yeah, get out of here. Right? No, that's your responsibility. We don't accept cross guarantees. Right now,
Okay, so I,
thing if it's the broker dealer carrying the account that says we will, cross guarantee the customer.
okay. So the answer to this one is C.
Yeah, that's right. The answer to that was
Okay.
another customer by the broker dealer carrying the customer account. During the waiting period, cooling off period of an IPO of a common stock, a member firm in the underwriting group is permitted to do which of the following? Which of the following?
They can accept indications of interest, which is number 2.
That's right, which are non-binding on all parties, very testable.
Mm-hmm. And I believe they can recommend non-convertible securities because that has no chance of going into
Yeah,
stock.
excellent. Those are non-equivalent securities. Excellent, good job. Convertible or equivalent securities. So that's what that question pivots on, and you nailed it. An issuer with assistance from its placement agent sells unregistered securities on the exemption provisions of Reg D, so private placement. If the entire issue is sold immediately, reports of the sales on Form D must be made to the SEC within how many days?
I believe I remember this one being D, 15.
Yeah, excellent. You're doing pretty good on the aim and shoot, point and click questions, which is a good job. Which of the following sell transactions is not subject to the holding period of Rule 144? So what we should be thinking here is which one of these do I not have to worry about holding for 6 months before I sell it?
Okay, so A is stock acquired on the New York Stock Exchange by a corporate affiliate, which they're affiliated. So you're going to have to hold it for 6 months.
Well, remember the
stock acquired.
Well, let's slow down. Slow down for a minute. The 6 month is not based on being an affiliate. The 6 months is based on did you buy unregistered stock? Right. So the affiliate is going to have volume limitations, but that is registered stock. So the key point here is it registered stock? A is registered stock. Is the stock you get in a private placement registered? No, it's unregistered. And if you have unregistered stock, you have to hold it for 6 months. C, unregistered stock, 6 months. D, unregistered stock, 6 months. There's only one answer here where the stock is registered.
Oh, so A.
Right?
Yes.
So be careful.
Yep.
So 144, if the stock that the person got was directly from the issuer, they would subject to 6 month hold. But if I just go into and buy that in the secondary market, that's registered stock, right? So I use the example when I'm teaching. I usually use the example of Larry Ellison when he accepted a board seat at Tesla. To show that he supported Tesla, he went into the open market and bought 5 million shares of Tesla. That Tesla stock is registered. Serving on the board, he also got Tesla stock. That stock is unregistered. So he doesn't have a holding period on the 5 million shares he bought in the secondary market. He still has volume limitations, but he does have a holding period on the stock he got directly from Tesla.
Okay, that makes sense. And I actually have a visual chart that I draw or write out, or
Well,
at
when
least
you
it's on my
pass,
dump
I want
sheet.
all this stuff. I want you to send all this stuff to me because it might be helpful for other test takers. It sounds like you got a lot of good stuff. I so far haven't told it. Have you responded to you telling me about your flashcards or your visual? That boy, that's that doesn't sound like helpful stuff. So whatever you're doing,
I'm
it's very helpful,
trying my hardest to get
you
this
know.
done. Like
Well, I like it. I mean, the stuff you're telling me about sounds like it's working for you. So that's always cool. So you remind me of my last tutoring assignment where the person was it was a challenge, and we did what we're doing now. So this has 100% pass rate thus far of shared screen 24 practice tests. But he worked his butt off, and you could just tell he just really anchored down. It's harder. Like I say, I'm so much more simpatico with 24s because it's just harder to carve out the time to do all that stuff because you have a life and you got business, and baby brokers don't have any life. I'm joking, but that they got nothing going on. Right? So
yeah, and I also so I took my 7, right? And as long as you knew munis and options, and again, I would say packaged products, right? That's what the world I lived in. Like you knew you'd be good on the test. This is so
it's all over
there's not place. One.
That's
yeah, true. It's so broad.
Yeah, that's right. It's all over the place. Which of the following are required to be reported on a trade reporting facility?
Okay, all of these are debt securities except for C.
Good job. So you're saying it's 144 shares, and you are correct.
Yes.
To launder illicit funds effectively, the money must go through a process known as layering. Layering would typically involve.
Okay, I remember this as PLI, so placement, laundering, incorporation, or whatever that last word is. So, the use of funds, the use of transfer through several legal and governmental jurisdictions. I don't know. The use of illegal funds to purchase goods that can be later sold. Over-invoicing techniques that commingle illegal funds and legitimate funds, or the deposit of illegal funds in a financial institution willing to launder them. Oh, integration is the last one. Okay, so placement, layering, and integration. Integration is when use of transfers through several legal and governmental jurisdictions.
I think this one's pretty tough.
All of these answers sound really good to me.
They do.
So
I don't think that's a testable distinction, but yeah, we're testing. I love it. You got it right. Placement, layering, integration. So, placement is where we're going to put the dirty money. And then layering, I think we can make arguments, but B and C are about placement, where we're going to put the money. How we got to do it. And D means that's just not part of the process at all. I mean, that's just, hiring out your money laundering to a bank or financial institution. I think the best answer here is A, but I don't think that would be the test question. I think what you will be tested on, what you just gave me, the 3 stages, and then they do ask what's the easiest stage for intervention, placement. You will get tested on CTRs and SARs, and we should know those are 5-year record retention on money laundering And you will get tested on WSPs covering money laundering, anti-money laundering. Two more points on this. We'll get all these, but you'll get some. We have to have an AML officer. That AML officer
Mhm.
doesn't need to be registered, surprisingly enough. And we have to conduct an AML test annually. The AML test annually is very testable. All the following retail communication must be pre-filed with FINRA, except.
Okay, so which one does not need to be pre-filed?
That's
All right, a
exactly.
help wanted newspaper advertisement by a new filing firm. So new filing means that it has to be pre-filed because they're a new firm.
Right on.
A blind help wanted newspaper advertisement by a member whose membership agreement has been effective more than a year. That one sounds good to me because it's a help wanted ad. So I would just put maybe a little asterisk next to that. CMO communications by a new member everything has to be filed in the first year. So that one's out. Security futures, retail communications by an established member. All of the following retail communications must be pre-filed with FINRA, except I'm going to go with B on this one.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. That one was kind of tough. Futures aren't regulated by FINRA. A is a new firm. It's not that it's blind, it's that it's new. And C is new, and CMO, so good job. That was excellent. Registered rep may share in the profits of an account only when this is testable.
Okay, I just saw answer number 4, when the arrangement is profitable. Okay, so
I call that, by the way, that test taking trick is called reduction to the ridiculous. So I said, 4 is just ridiculous. So that's out,
Yeah, I'm only going to do this if we make money. Okay. So, all right. Number 1, profit or loss is shared proportionally to the capital contributed by each party. That is true. And 3, 1 and 3 are what I'm.
Very testable. That is very testable, and you got it right. Which of the following describes filings under the code?
Well, hold on, go back, because I don't think I think you selected 2 and.
Oh, my bad.
3.
Oh, yeah, boy, that was not plain over Dean. Which of the
Okay, so that actually, let me ask a question on that. So when it's a family account, you don't need written approval.
Yes, right. Well, but no, all new accounts require principal approval, period, full stop.
Okay.
You don't have an account until a principal has signed, accepting the account on behalf of the broker dealer. But the proportionate capital.
I'm thinking about lending money.
Well, lending money doesn't apply to immediate family members, and neither does this. So immediate family members, we can have accounts with them, right? Without this proportionate capital.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
Which of the following describes findings under the code of arbitration?
Okay, binding on members but not customers. Nope, it's binding on everybody. May be appealed to the SEC. Oh, it's right there. C, binding on all parties.
I love that. I love that. So that's what I meant about projecting the answer. In this one, you projected what I know. You kind of went to your own intellectual inventory in your brain housing group and said, okay, what do I know about court of arbitration? I know it's binding on all parties. Hey, boom. So I wish that you got more of that on the test, right?
I know.
A customer has a cash account and margin account. The cash account has securities worth $320. The margin account has long market value 280, debit of 150. If the broker dealer carrying these accounts were to file for bankruptcy, the customer would be covered for.
All right, so let me do some math here. They would be covered for 130 in the margin account. 320. C.
You said $450,000. Excellent. You are correct. It's a net equity claim only. A representative after passing the 65, who knows, when maybe that'll be important, maybe not, provides a supervisor with several of the questions on the exam. Oh my God, 65 has nothing to do with this. The supervisor in turn uses these questions for in-house training purposes. Which of the following is true?
So the representative is subject to sanctions and the supervisor is subject to sanctions.
Yeah,
So 1 and 3.
yeah, you're not supposed to violate copyright on that. You know, I always joke, we do a lot of debrief. I do a lot of debrief. I'm not allowed to ask you like, what was question 35? What I can say is, you know, what do we think we should have better prepared you for, that kind of thing, right? Communications with the public include all the following except. All the following except.
All right. Independently prepared reprints, that is communications. Institutional communications, that one I think is interesting. Television appearances by an officer or a firm, and information material on a new mutual fund intended for sales personnel. Communications with the public include all of the following except institutional communications, which is not with the public. Those are with institutional customers.
It's institutional material, which of the following communications include all the following except. I don't know if I'm going to go for B,
yeah,
or if I would have gone for D on this one. Informational material on a new mutual fund and turning for sales personnel. I think we're going to miss this because remember, could include institutional communication if it finds its way into retail customers. So I actually think D is the better answer than B here, right? Because there are circumstances under which institutional communication would be, could fall into public hands, right? And D is only. So I think that's, we'll see when we go over, but I think we might miss that. Principal is required to remove discretionary order tickets.
D, promptly after execution.
Right on, right on. So it's, you know, not about the account, it's about the order tickets. The maximum dollar amount for simplified arbitration
is 50,000.
Right on. Registered up with a non-compete clause leaves your firms and now terminated. Representatives, former customers begin submitting transfer instructions to your firm shortly after the departure. Your firm and the other firm are signatories to broker protocol. Your firm files for injunctive relief to prevent the transfer as the assigned supervising principal.
Your firm and other firms are signatories of the broker protocol. Your firm files for injunctive relief to prevent transfers. As the assigned supervising principal, you hold transfer requests for not more than 90 days for the judgment. Reject all ACAT transferred instructions submitted by the representative's former customer accounts only. Process third-party requests and maintain proprietary funds, or may reject all transfer requests because an application for injunction is filed. I am going to choose C as the answer, but I have it. Okay. I was gonna say I have it down to A or C.
Well, listen, this is one of those we talk about, right? Where you go, you know, WTF. So once you do that, you gotta say, okay, well, let me kind of make some sense of this. I think you got it correct. I think what I would have gone for is the idea about ACAT. And we can't just refuse to simply, you know, box people out and say, you can't leave our firm, right? So you can almost do reduction to the ridiculous. You know, what would the world look like if I get to hold the transfer request for more than 90 days for the judgment? What would the world look like if I could reject all ACAT's instructions from the former customers? What would the world look like if I reject all the transfers? You know, I'm left with the only reasonable kind of answer being C. Right, third-party requests are, you know, the customers, and we can keep our proprietary funds. So that was a good answer, and that just, I call that one of those 24 questions where just outer space kind of question where you go, okay, whatever. And then the broker protocol is about this, whether you're under what circumstance you can resist transferring accounts from your firm to the other firm. That's what broker protocol is. And then ACATS is the third party, right? ACATS is the third party that we use to transfer this. So that
Make
was a
them
tough,
transfers. Yeah.
yeah, that was a tough one. Excellent. I mean, that was a tough one. Records relating to terminated reps must be kept for how many years?
C, 3 years after they've left.
It's always, remember, vast majority 3, so good job. Which of the following are asset classes are eligible for inclusion on NASDAQ?
Okay. Non-convertible bonds, that answer is no. So number 2 for sure, common stock.
Right.
And I'm gonna do convertible bonds.
Excellent. Good job. A customer sells short.
Commodity futures are on the like on a
Yeah,
commodity futures
yeah,
exchange, right? Like
they're
that's the only
entirely
place.
different. That's exactly right. They're not any part of this
Okay.
exam. They are no part of this exam. Customer sells short 300 shares. Well, I should say they are part of this exam as wrong answers. Right. They're not.
Oh, yes.
A customer sells short 300 shares of PDQ just prior to the X date. Which of the following statements is true? So just prior to the X date.
Okay, so they sell short 300 shares. The dividend will be remitted by the broker dealer and received by the stock lending firm. The dividend will be received by the buyer from the issuer and remitted to the lender by the short seller. The dividend will be credited to the short seller's account and debited from the stock lender, or the dividend will be received by the seller from the issuer and remitted to the borrower. Okay, the customer sells short 300 shares just prior to the ex-dividend date. So just prior. I think you're gonna have to help me through this one because I have written down
I think
DERP.
you're on the right track. So I think what we got to do is decide, does the buyer get the dividend? So if I sell it to you, you don't know if I'm selling it to you short or not. But I sold it to you, the buyer, prior to the X date. That means you, the buyer, are entitled to that dividend. So I, the seller, remember, am going to have to make good on the dividend because remember, the person we borrowed it from expects that dividend to be hit their account, right? So the dividend will be received by the buyer, right? We know that the buyer who buys the stock prior to the X does get the dividend. Are you with me on that? It has nothing to do with selling short. If you buy PDQ prior to the X date, you are going to be entitled to the dividend. So the buyer is entitled to the dividend. So that's
Does
B.
this have anything to do with you being on record as owning
Yeah,
these?
that's exactly right. If you buy prior to the X,
Okay,
you're going to be on the record date, right? So B is that why the buyer is
Yep.
getting it. And then I'm going to have to, this is one of the disadvantages of selling short of stock with a dividend. I'm going to have to make the lender whole on that dividend because remember, they're expecting the dividend. So the buyer's going to get the dividend, and then I'm going to give the dividend to the person I borrowed it from. So whoever I borrowed the stock from, I'm going to put that money in their account for them. So it's B.
okay.
The dividend will be
B,
received
yep.
by the buyer because they're going to be on the shareholder list on the record date. And I'm going to then have to make good the dividend to the person I borrowed the stock from, which is a disadvantage of selling short stocks with dividends.
Okay.
Nephew of an elderly, often forgetful 85-year-old man is looking to open an investment account, joint tenants with rights or survivorship with the uncle. I'm already lost in this question.
Hold on, I have two.
A nephew of an elderly is looking to open an investment account with his uncle. Okay, I just want to get straight. So nephew wants to open an account with his uncle. The representative is unsure what to do. The branch manager advises the representative to, okay, so now we got to make this call about what we should do here.
Okay, so a nephew of an elderly often forgetful 85-year-old man. That has nothing to do with this question,
I don't
right?
think,
So, okay, so this is just saying a nephew wants to open a joint rights of survivorship account with his uncle.
yeah, I do
Limit
think
the account.
there's a hint here that the 85-year-old uncle might have diminished capacity.
Okay, well, that was the question. Is the 85-year-old man the uncle?
Yeah, that's the uncle. So
Okay.
let's do process of elimination. We know it's not A. We know it's not B.
B, right.
We know it's not
And
D.
it's C, so it's C, yep.
Yeah. And here what we would do is give the nephew the power of attorney so that we're not relying on the 85-year-old
The
uncle.
uncle to,
Disclosure to customers control relationship is required in,
I believe the answer is C. It must be disclosed always.
yeah, I always think of this as Merrill Lynch and, Bank of America, right?
Bank of America, yeah.
What factor is not considered in determining whether excessive trading has occurred?
Okay, well, frequency of trading, most definitely.
Right on.
The financial condition of the account and the financial resources and goals of the client, that would be considered.
Yeah,
The amount of the trading, yes, that would be considered. The length of time the account has been opened, no, that would not be considered.
excellent. A broker dealer is owned and controlled by a publicly held corporation. Oh, I think of Merrill Lynch, Bank of America. And the customer wishes to buy stock in Bank of America, Merrill Lynch.
All right, so I'm going to D. So must disclose to the customer that the control relationship exists.
Right on. Must disclose that the control relationship exists, correct? A deposit of all the following can be used to meet a Fed call, except.
Okay, the deposit of all of the following. Okay, so listed convertible securities, listed common stock, listed non-convertible securities, or listed options that expire in 9 months or less. D.
Yeah, options are not marginable when they have that, right? We don't lend you money to buy new issues, and we don't lend you money for options, right? So Fed call is the margin call.
Right.
So, yeah. Arbitration mediation are two services provided by FINRA to settle disputes between members. Regarding these services, which of the following statements is not true? Not true.
Okay, so which one is not true? Mediation is mandatory. Arbitration is not. That is not true.
Right on. So you need one in your answer.
So 3 and 4 is what's left. If arbitration is unsuccessful, okay, that's backwards. So first you go mediation, then arbitration.
Yeah.
So 1 and 3, letter D.
Excellent. Yeah, M&O broker dealer updated batch of customer account records in response to account notations received from customers at the request of the compliance department for a thorough customer verification. When must the member firm furnish an update account record to the customer?
B, within 30 days of receiving the notice of change.
Yeah, that is very, very testable. And then how often do we do that for other things? So what's the other thing besides 30 days?
Every 36 months.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Which of the following regarding arbitration panel composed of 3 arbitrators convened to an arbitrated dispute with a public customer is true?
All right, which of the following regarding an arbitration panel composed of 3 arbitrators convened to arbitrate with a public customer? Okay. Number 3 is not true.
You are correct.
So that gets rid of B and D. One of the arbitrators may be affiliated with the, I think it's A.
1 and 2, you are correct.
Okay, perfect.
Form U5 is filed by member firm 1 for an associated person who is moving to firm 2. Under FIN rules, all the following statements are true, except.
A copy of Form U5 must be provided to the representative by member firm number 1. That is true. U5 must be filed with FINRA. That is true. Member firm 2 must secure a copy of Form U5 from either the registered rep or FINRA. I don't know. Let me see here. A copy of Form U5 must be provided to member firm number 2 by member firm number 1. Don't believe that's true. So C, they can either get their U5 from FINRA or the actual registered rep that they're hiring.
So member, you're saying C is false. Member firm
That is,
2
oh.
must secure a copy from Form U5 from either the registered rep or FINRA.
That's
This is
true.
except, and you just told me this was true, so just be careful. You were correct to tell
Yes,
me
I
C is
should have read
true.
the question,
Remember, the
yeah.
question is asking which is not true. So again, if we
Which
get
one's
our little
false?
annotation tool, we can say, okay, we get this out. We're going to say this is true. A form of U5 must be provided to the representative by member firm 1. True or false?
True.
True. A Form U5 must be filed with FINRA.
True.
A copy of Form
answer would be
U5
D.
must be provided by member firm 2, the new firm. No, the new firm doesn't have the U5, right? The member firm 1, that's
Right.
asked backwards.
Yep.
All right, so again, there's an thing where you got to be a little careful. You haven't done that in a long time. It's been a long slog to this thing. But again, I just want to make sure you're
Read
not.
the question.
Yeah. Trace is very, very testable. Trace, the trade reporting and compliance engine, provides trade reporting information for all of the following except.
Letter B. That is reported through Emma.
We're right on. Good job. Which party in Trace reports? The buy side or the sell side?
Both.
Good job. How long do you have to report to Trace?
15 minutes.
Excellent. When does FINRA release that information to the public?
Immediately.
Man, woo! Maybe at least getting a
No,
couple
if I could only
there.
get like 5 questions on Trace, those 5,
Yeah,
I think it would be good.
that was very impressive. Very impressive. Under federal rules, to open an account for a person associated with another member, the executing member must.
Okay, determine whether there's any adverse interest. That's interesting to me. Notify the employing member firm in writing. That is an absolute yes. Notify the associated person with written notification will be made to the employing member. I don't know. And 4, provide duplicate copies. That is true. So 2 and 4 are true. So now I need to figure out if 1 and 3, I do believe 1 is true.
That's right.
So then it would be letter B is the answer.
Yeah, so you work at American Funds, I work at Morgan Stanley. I don't think there's any adverse interest of a American Funds customer or a person opening an account at Morgan Stanley because American Funds isn't set up to manage the personal investments of the employees through its broker dealer. Its broker dealer is involved in other things. So I don't think there's an adverse interest. There would certainly be an adverse interest if you're a broker at Merrill Lynch or Edward D. Jones opening an account with me at Morgan Stanley. What's that about, right?
Right.
Notify American Funds in writing. So I tell you, I say, I'm going to notify Jordan, American Funds, your broker dealer. I don't know if it's American Fund Distributors, whoever it is, the broker dealer. Yes. I'm gonna notify you that I'm telling you that I'm gonna tell or make written notification to American Funds, you're opening account at Morgan Stanley, yes. And then I'm gonna follow the instructions American Funds has. You know, they might say, well, Dean, we want to know what, is going up with ETFs, because that might be an adverse interest, because we have them, all right, so yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. An institutional customer is looking to open an account at a different broker dealer and transfer securities and margin account to the new firm as soon as possible. The best thing to tell them is,
Transfer system is automated and the account will be moved over promptly, but no later than 3 business days. I like that. Reg T requires that all securities be paid in full prior to any manual or automated transfer. I don't think so. I think Reg T just tells you how much you got to put up.
right,
The transfer of marginal securities is not permissible. That is not true. And check the new broker dealer first to see if they will accept your securities. Well, that's what the ACAT system is for. So I'm going with A.
yeah, you missed that. It's a
Ah.
good miss. It's a good miss, but with an institutional customer, we want to make sure that that the things they have in that account will transfer. So the answer here is D, even though in most circumstances it would have been A. The reason you missed it is just because it's the institutional customer, right? So we want to make sure that stuff is transferred. So that's not a bad miss. I would give that back to you. Lending arrangements between registered reps and customers are permitted. I'm going to expect you to get this right because you brought this up earlier. So let's see now if you can.
Okay, don't mess this up, Jordan.
Well,
Okay.
I mean,
Is a member of the representative's immediate family. That is good to go.
that's right.
Is in the business of lending money. That is good to go. And is registered with the same firm as a representative. That is good to go. C.
And good job. You did perform after that. A NASDAQ stock closes. I think we had this one earlier, but something similar. 15 goes
Yeah,
active in the following morning. Opening price will be.
All right, so we're going to round up to 5 cents and knock that off of the opening price, which would be $14.95. C.
Excellent. You're pretty good at that.
I actually had that on the test.
Oh, that's good debrief. That is good debrief. So I like that.
Yeah.
FINRA anti-money laundering rules. This is very testable. Require member firms to do all of the following except.
Okay, so which one is false?
That's
Provide
right.
independent testing of compliance conducted by member personnel or a qualified outside party. That is true.
That is definitely true.
Provide quarterly anti-money laundering training for appropriate personnel. It does not have to be quarterly. So B is false.
Right on. Now, on the real test, before you move on, I would just read now C and D because it's free
The
information,
other ones.
right? Because now
Yeah.
we say I got B, so maybe I learned something new on those two. FINRA has suspended a branch manager for 60 days after a code of procedure hearing. Which of the following statements regarding compensation paid to the manager during the suspension period is true? We talked a little bit about this as it related to an earlier answer you have about a suspended firm being able to collect money.
So the manager may be compensated by salary only. I like that one. The manager may receive both salary and commission income, but only if it's paid after the suspension period ends. Well, yeah, no duh, right? Like a manager may receive, but only, okay, so we'll figure that one out here in a second. The manager may not receive a salary during his suspension, but may receive commissions. That is not true. And the manager may not be compensated during the suspension period. A is true, but what I'm trying to figure out is where commissions fall in this. So the manager may receive both salary and commission income, but only if it's paid after the suspension ends. That is not true.
Yeah, this one's a tough one. This is tough. It's actually D. You can be paid on compensation that you earned but have not been paid on prior to your suspension. But while you're in suspension, you can't get any remuneration. You can't get salary, you can't get commissions, you can't get anything. That's your penalty, basically. Right? So the manager may not be compensated, right? You don't get your salary either, right? So this is, by the
So
way,
is that the one where the only thing, so like this is, how does insurance then happen, right? So if you've got
well, I don't know what you mean insurance. FINRA has nothing to do with
like
insurance.
medical, well, like medical insurance, so if you're not getting
well, I think you're
paid,
at it. Well, no, I think your healthcare, you can either pay that separately. I don't think we're talking money here. So I don't think we're gonna take away your
Okay.
healthcare for 2 months. I've never had anybody tell me they've seen that. The one that shows up on this test is the
Okay.
idea of when you're in suspension, can't receive concessions, discounts, or allowances. You're a non-member, or in this case, a non-associated person.
Okay.
Market
So you
maker-
don't get paid, you can't get paid and you get no discounts.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
A market maker does not maintain a firm quote and may be sanctioned for that is very much a test question.
C, backing away.
Right on. Very testable. Under code of procedure, if a member or associated person submits an executed minor rule violation plan letter and it is accepted, the firm or associated person may be censured and fined no more than, this might not be a bad deal.
$2,500.
Right on. According to SEC 21A report, certain NASDAQ market makers were found to have participated in which of the following prohibited activities. So what can't you do, or what will you get in trouble for as a market maker?
For sure, number 4. So that knocks
right.
out D.
Yeah.
Threatening other market makers to prevent them from entering competitive quotes.
Yeah,
That sounds like
taking the
it's
juice out of the
prohibited.
stock, Jordan. You know, what are you doing?
So 3 and 4 are in.
Yeah.
Displaying quotes at which no trading was intended. That seems like that would be a no-no.
That's right.
So we're at letter B, all of the above.
Yeah, you can't conspire. That's all testable prohibited practices as market makers, right on. The SIPC sign must be displayed in which of the following?
All right. I think it's all of them.
That's correct. Now 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
A few of your firm's investors have sought to interact with their registered rep through convenient text messaging applications and chats. Which statement is most correct?
Firms must retain records of communication related to its business that are made through A is definitely true.
Well, that's right, right? You gotta be able to archive that.
Yep.
A financial analyst of a FINRA member firm writes a preliminary research report on a public reporting company. The supervisory analyst accepts the report, but then the analyst uncovers information that triggers a downward revision of the earnings estimate. The analyst submits the report to the supervisor. The analyst hears the supervisor plans to release the original version of the report without providing a reasonable explanation for the omission of the current information. And this response, that's an accident. The response by the analyst should, this is testable.
Notify regulatory authorities in writing. Notify the CCO, no. Request that the supervisor use a revised earnings forecast or remove his name from the report. I like that one.
Yeah.
Or notify the principal operating officer, no. I'm going with letter C.
You are correct. A branch office is supervised by a manager with an assistant manager. Both are registered principals. Discretionary orders may be approved by.
Discretionary orders. A branch office is supervised by a manager and an assistant manager, both of whom are registered principals. Discretionary orders
You're
may.
24, I'm a 24, and I'm your assistant. And they're asking, can I do it, or do you have to do it? Or can we both do it?
both are 24s. The assistant manager only if promptly reapproved by the manager, either the manager or the assistant manager. The assistant manager only if the manager is absent, or the manager only. Technically, all right, so it's down to A or D for me. So
Yeah, I like it.
technically, I mean, A or D or B, right? Because either the manager or the assistant, they're both 24s.
That's right.
Or I think it falls on D, the manager,
No, it's either. The
ultimately.
manager is going to be the one
Oh, they
ultimately.
can?
So it can be either, but you, the manager, are still ultimately responsible. So the answer is
Responsible,
B.
okay,
B.
okay.
If a full service broker dealer has been fined or violated numerous MSRB rules, a fine may be assessed by,
C, FINRA,
yeah, remember
and
they,
paid to FINRA.
yeah, because remember the MSRB doesn't have enforcement power. Right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be FINRA, and then FINRA is gonna, and FINRA and paid to FINRA, right? Customer broker dealer Q signed a pre-dispute arbitration agreement when opening an account with a member firm. So customer signed the arbitration. Customer had previously submitted a letter of complaint to broker dealer Q, alleging a security recommended was unsuitable, and the customer sought 26,000 of reimbursement. Dissatisfied, the broker dealer, the customer intends to pursue arbitration, which of the following actions would not be part of the process?
Okay, the arbitration agreement, if it is signed, does that mean they are waiving their right to arbitration, or they are signing it saying, hey, I understand what arbitration is and we're good to go?
That's right. So which is not a part of that process.
Okay, broker dealer Q could forego arbitration and make payment to the customer. Since the amount does not exceed 50,000, it qualifies for simplified arbitration. That is true. Broker dealer Q could deny the arbitration award as unfounded, or if the single person panel finds the favor of the customer, broker dealer Q would be required to pay any award within 30 days. That is true.
There you go. So you're on the
Customer
right.
intends to,
So now that you
yep,
said
which
B
one
true,
is not?
that's right. Now you're on the right track.
Okay,
B
so
is true. What else is true besides D? Because this is actually, you're on the right track, because now it's more transparent. They're asking what is false.
B is true.
There you go.
And
B true or false.
sorry, say that again.
We said that you, as a test taker, you were on the right track. You told me that D, you just out loud said is true. I said yes. And so now we have a toehold in the question. We now, from context, know that this is about something that is false. And so now I said, now we can pivot in terms of taking this question and say, is A true or false? You said true. So now we have A and B being true.
Okay, so
Is B true?
B, no, B is, so simplified arbitration. Oh gosh, I just had that as an answer. Oh.
So is simplified arbitration for amounts that don't exceed 50,000?
I don't think so. It's 25,000.
No, you told me this earlier. You
No.
You actually told me that earlier in our time together that it was 50,000. You had that perfectly correct an hour.
Brain is waning. Okay, it's 50,000 and 2,500 is the number I was getting in my head. Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. So it's C, right?
It's C. Okay, yes.
Yeah, so I thought you were going to get that, because I thought what you did was here you said true, And then I said, okay, well, now that you're gonna say that, let's just go through the rest of it. And I actually, as you
Mhm.
thought for sure you were gonna get that, because you just had that like several minutes earlier, you had told me that. So just, make sure, we're been
I would
out.
have gone back
Well,
to that
we've
question
been
to
at it
make
for a
sure.
long time. So well, yeah, be careful going back because you can wear yourself out. But you just get tired. So make sure every 30, 40 questions, maybe you just take a little mental trip to Tahiti, take a little break. And you don't want to be giving up questions that I know the right answer to.
Yeah.
So that's, we gotta, use our misses on things we truly, miss rather than
Don't know
like
the
the one
answer
where,
to.
listen, I
Yeah.
did it, so it's my fault, not yours. But the other one that drives me nuts is when we push the wrong button. Right.
Yeah.
That's bad, so a registered rep under an investigation from FINRA for possible violations of contact rules. Which of the following statements is true?
Okay. The member may terminate a representative for cause immediately. That is not true. The member firm may terminate the representative 30 days after the discovery phase has begun. That is not true. The member firm may not terminate the representative. Interesting. The member firm may terminate the representative 45 days after the discovery phase is C. The member firm may not terminate the
Excellent,
representative.
excellent. A registered rep you supervise asks you whether he would be printed open an account for a customer in the military and deployed who only has an APO box number. The best answer would be.
That is okay. So let me see
That's
here.
right. Okay.
Letter A is wrong. Yes, but this is acceptable for no more than 3 consecutive months. That's not true because he's not asking you to hold mail.
That's right.
Yes, for an individual who does not have a residential or business street address, an APO. Okay, C looks really good. Yes, if duplicate statements and other relevant correspondence are sent to an attorney and registered investment advisor representing the customer. No, I believe the answer is C.
Excellent. Which of the following regarding forward-looking statements are true? Which of the following forward-looking statements is true?
So one is true. They can be used in a preliminary prospectus. And I believe they can be used in a final prospectus as well.
You are correct.
Letter A.
All
Okay.
right, good job. Regulations show deals with.
D, short sales.
Right on. How often do we have to report our short positions? Very testable for both our
Twice
customers.
a month.
Right on. Good job. If we have how many days of failure to settlement, how many consecutive days before we have to close out a short?
A short is settlement plus 1.
Well, it'd be 13 consecutive days would be.
13 consecutive, yeah. For a threshold security.
That's right. 134, a tombstone advertisement includes all the following except.
All right, a tombstone doesn't have a whole lot of information on it. So what does it have on it? It does have, let's see, the name of the syndicate members, the number of shares to be sold, the net proceeds to the issuer, and the public offering price. I believe this answer is C.
Right on. That would be on the front page of the prospectus, but not the tombstone. Customer statements must be sent at least
quarterly.
If you missed that, I would flunk you immediately on the entire test.
Start over.
And monthly would be if you had a penny stock.
That's right.
Your firm deals primarily with exchange listed stocks, but 15% of your revenue is from penny stocks. An established customer at your firm has never bought low price stocks, decides this type of investment might make sense. The representative handling account recommends a particular penny stock customer. All the following statements are true except.
Which one is false? Okay, the account statement must be sent monthly. That is true.
That is true.
The current bid and ask quote must be provided. I'm not sure. The suitability statement must be signed. That is true. And a risk disclosure document must be given. That is true. So the answer is B.
B is in boy.
Mm-hmm.
You are incorrect. He's an
Oh,
established, we always give you the bin they ask because the spreads are atrocious. So we do provide you the bin they ask on the penny stocks. He's an established customer, so the answer is C. Because he's had monies with us for more than what it says your
Oh.
firms. And then it says an established customer. So they stipulated that
Read
this
the
was an
question.
established customer. So it is C. All the other disclosure rules apply. So, no, that's okay. You've been a pretty good roll. That's your first, I think, miss in a while, so. A green shoe IPO, the syndicate forum may offer stock, may sell up to. This is very much a test
Okay,
question.
so yeah, 15% is what I know about green shoes,
That
and there's
is-
only one answer that has it, so A.
That is correct, and it's very testable. Excellent. Federal Reserve will determine marginability of a new issue once the security is traded. We don't lend you money to buy IPOs, and this is asking how long is it considered an IPO?
30 days.
Right on. In a proxy contest, a member firm holding securities in straight name or beneficial owners must send.
Send the proxy material to the beneficial owners at the member firm's expense. I believe that is true. Send proxy material to the beneficial owners at the issuing company's expense. I don't think that's accurate. Send a list of beneficial owner names, no, and vote the proxy as it wishes. No, I think the number's answer is A.
Well, that is a bad miss, and I'm sure you're not going to miss it again.
Ah,
We can charge the issuer. We can charge the issuer, so we don't pay for it. The issuer does.
okay.
Can't charge the.
Proxies
Yeah, so don't
charge
miss
the
that again.
issuer.
That's very testable. So couple test questions here. One is we don't charge customers, period, full stop, test question.
Mhm.
Second, we can charge the issuer. The forward proxy material, the broker dealer.
Okay.
Which of the following statements regarding Rule 103, Regulation M? So once
Okay,
again.
103 is passive market making.
Yeah, remember, this is passive market making given to you in the context of the question. So, you get it in the context of the question.
Okay, so passive market making is only permissible in firm commitment underwritings. That is true.
And very testable.
So 3 and 4 is what we're down to. Passive market makers are subject to the limit order display rule, or passive market makers are exempt. No, they're subject to it. So 1 and 3.
Excellent. Where do you have to put your stabilizing bid in relationship to the IPO price, the public offering price?
At the lower of the public offering or its lowest trading dollar amount.
At or below the public offering price. How many members of the syndicate can enter the stabilizing bid?
1.
Right on, right? So all that stuff is very testable. All the following are acceptable methods of meeting a Reg T call, except.
Which one can you not do? So selling another stock on the day of the purchase, requesting an extension because the investor lacks the funds to pay for the purchase, depositing cash, you can do that, that is true. Depositing securities with a loan value, that is true. So I believe the answer is B.
You can't ask for extension because you don't have the money, right? A
Give me more time, maybe I'll find the money.
Yeah, that's a red flag. I'll figure it out. I don't have it right now, but CAD system reports all the following except.
I think the answer of this one is B, because it reports the price, the time, the order routing. It follows the trade through the life from start to
Yeah,
finish,
it's to
correct?
make sure there's no shenanigans going on indeed, so. So your answer was?
B is in boy.
And you are correct. And by the way, I think of this too, it might defeat the audit by doing that. Under the code of arbitration, how much time does a customer have to submit a claim against a registered rep or member firm.
Okay, under the code of ARB, how much time does a client have to submit a claim? I think this one's 6 years, but
About 6 years. That's
okay.
a test question. Very much a test
I was
question.
getting it confused with the statute of limitation for,
That's 6-2. That's 6-2, 6 years.
yeah, I think I was thinking like the Sox, Sarbanes-Oxley, 2 and 5, but anyway.
Oh,
6.
yeah. Okay, well, yeah, it's 6. All the following restricted securities are subject to the minimum holding period under 144, except. So this is very similar to what we had earlier. Well, just be careful. We're not
Yeah.
speaking here about volume limitations. That's not what this question is about. This question is about holding a
Holding
security
period.
for 6 months.
Yes, I think it's the estate of a deceased person.
There you go. Right on. Under FINRA rules.
It's a really good call out though, to tell me, like, read the question. What's it asking about, right? Holding period or?
Yeah, it's not asking about
Yeah.
volume limitations. Those are different questions. So, I had a college professor tell me great life lesson one time. My answer, he wrote, brilliant answer to the wrong question. Which, he said, that's not the question I asked. You answered a different question. It was an essay. And he called me. I knew I was doing that because I wanted to write the essay on the question I wanted instead of the question he'd asked me. I thought I was too clever, and obviously I wasn't as clever as I thought. Under FINRA rules, a member firm that receives an order to buy new equity issue on behalf of an undisclosed principal from a bank, the member must.
Okay, so it's an undisclosed principal and they're buying a new equity.
Yeah, this is tested.
Obtain the representation from the bank that the the purchaser is not restricted. I like that idea. I like that.
Yeah,
Accept the order. Well, you don't know who it's going to, so you can't just accept it, point blank. Determine the identity of the purchaser. I like that, or reject the order. A member firm receives an order to buy a new equity issue on behalf of an undisclosed principal from the bank. The member must, I believe the answer is A, obtain a representation from the bank.
That person is not restricted. They're not going to disclose their customer to me. The one I use in teaching is like a hedge fund or a partnership or an investment advisor. All I need is them to represent to me that if I give them that IPO allocation, it will not find its way into a restricted account. And if it's a commingled account like a partnership, they have carve-out procedures in place. I need to have this initial representation letter signed in advance. That's called positive affirmation. And then every year I'm going to remind you I'm holding this letter in my file that you have acknowledged. So that's called negative consent. So the first representation letter is positive affirmation, meaning you sign saying you've represented to me that if I give you an IPO allocation to an undisclosed account, it won't find its way in somebody who's restricted. A non-registered foreign representative employed by a non-member affiliate overseas can do all the following except. They love to ask you about
a non-registered foreign representative employed by a non-member affiliate overseas. Well, I did learn that they can receive concessions and discounts.
That's right.
Okay, so they can do all of the following except. So all of these are true except one is false. They can accept unsolicited orders from U.S. customers. Maybe. They can effect trades through the U.S. firm. Have the U.S. member distribute research prepared abroad as long as the appropriate third-party disclosures are made, or visit a U.S. customer accompanied by one of your representatives. Okay, they can do all the following except, I think D they can do. They can come as long as they're chaperoned.
That's right.
They can, let me see here, have the U.S. member distribute research prepared abroad as long as appropriate third-party disclosures are made. That sounds like that would be true in my brain.
Mhm.
Affect trades through the U.S. firm or accept unsolicited orders from U.S. customers. I think the answer is B.
Yeah, I hate to say it, that's a bad miss. You know,
Help me.
I think you should have said that A sounds awful odd. Why is this person doing business with the retail customers in the US? Right? So I think of my guy Carlos, who's in Lisbon, Portugal. Can Carlos execute trades through my firm? The answer is yes. Or his, Portuguese customers. Can he accept orders from US customers? Absolutely not. Right? So that was a
Okay.
bad C and D. I'm not quite sure why A didn't stand out to you. What you should have seen in A there is this is a US customer and this is a non-registered foreign rep. Now, if this was a broker dealer like TD Ameritrade and they're doing that, that's not a problem. Right? But it's a problem if they're foreign associates. So that was a bad miss.
Okay.
Don't miss that again. What I would probably do in
Okay.
terms of your note cards, which I love, all that work you've been doing, maybe you want to make what I call a poor man's flashcard for this one. Get rid of the accept and get rid of the A. And now you have the things that you should know about this circumstance. Don't be studying negative information. Right? You got the D
Perfect.
correct. You were correct about D, you were correct about C, and then you faltered on that US customer thing.
Okay.
But I still think, like I said, we're still doing great. Register up at a bank manager or friends and often play tennis together. Following a review of the daily trade bar, the branch manager noticed that many of the reps or the customers recently purchased equity securities at that bank. What is the next step the branch office manager should take?
All right. They play golf together or tennis. Following a review of the daily trade blotter, the branch manager noticed that many of the representative's customers recently purchased equity securities at the bank. All right. Ask the representative about business-related conversations with the bank manager. I like that idea. At this point, nothing. Well, you've got a reason to be concerned, so I wouldn't do nothing about it.
That's right.
Contact banking regulators, inform them of possible trading irregularities. I would not do that because you need to research first, and then place upon the representative an internal requirement to sit for additional firm element. No, I believe the answer is A.
Excellent. Love the way you attacked that. Yeah, it was a judgment question. I think those judgment questions are real challenging. Under FINRA rules, which of the following must be present in every office of supervisory jurisdiction?
Okay, well, it's not number 3, so I can get rid of letter B.
Yeah.
I do believe you have to have WSPs on file at every OSJ, so
Correct.
4 is a good answer.
That's right.
And you must have a principal, so 1 and 4.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. All among statements regarding gifts are true except.
Okay, so which one is false? The rule applies to gifts given to employees of other members where gifts are associated with the business for the recipient's employer. Records of gifts given must be maintained for 3 years. That is true. The rule applies to gifts given by members to its employees. That is false. And the annual gift limit is $100. That is true. So C.
Right, good job. Customer deposits 18,000 to purchase shares of the Ajax fund and signs a letter of intent to purchase 25. The sales charge will be assessed.
Well, it will be assessed at the $25,000 mark, and they've got 13 months to hit the LOI. So, letter D tells me 13 months after the initial purchase.
Well, I'm not sure if that's what we're being asked here. You said everything correctly. But we're asking I think what we're asking here is what is the sales charge going to be based on? Not when you have to fulfill the letter of intent. Right? So the sales charge will be assessed as of the first record date, nonsensical. When the letter of intent has been met, that's out. So it's C or D. Will be assessed 13 months. No, you're going to pay the sales charge now. You're going to
Oh,
pay.
it's asking about the sales charge. I see what you're pointing out here.
Yeah. So this is a correct answer, but that's not what you were asked. It didn't say
Yeah,
when does the
the
letter
right
of
answer.
have to be fulfilled. It asked when will the sales charge be assessed? And we're going to charge you the sales charge on the initial 18. Now, we're going to charge you the lower sales charge, but it's still going to be assessed against that. So if it was 4% and you qualified for 3, you're paying 3 on the 18. Right? So I just think you missed that based
So
on
on that one,
yeah, you gave me a right answer to a different question here. Right? This just
I need to
asked
read the question.
sales charge. Yeah. So I'm still going to mark it wrong just because, but you know.
Okay, yeah.
Delivery of an ADR in registered form is governed by
Rules of the Uniform Practice Code, rules of the foreign market where the underlying security is principally traded. That is not correct. The Code of Procedure has nothing to do with, well, let me see here, the bylaws of FINRA. The ADR, the delivery of an ADR. So Code of Procedure has nothing to do with delivery, the bylaws of FINRA. I'm going to say the answer is A.
yeah, right on. That's what the Uniform Practice Code is all about. It standardizes trading practices within the securities industry. And that's why you want to buy the ADR. God knows you don't want to have to worry about what the Uniform Practice Code is in some other country. Marking the close is best described as a series of trades at or near the close designed to. This is tough.
Yes. Uptick a security, influence a security's price either up or down, near or at the close. Downtick the security, spoof another market participant to improve or join the national best bid offer. Letter B.
Right on. Good job.
Is the answer.
Mutual fund shares
are marginable only after being held for 30 days. That is true.
Excellent. All the long statements are true regarding the sale of a member's securities to the public, except so this is self-underwriting. Self-underwritings are very testable.
Okay, so which one is false? Information on the offering must be filed with the corporate financing department. I believe that's true. Written customer permission is required prior to purchasing the securities in the discretionary account. That is true. Hold on, let me think about that. Discretionary, conflict of interest, IPOs. Okay. In an IPO, an independent underwriter must be engaged. That is true. In an additional issue, an independent underwriter must be engaged. Crap. Okay. Which of the following statements are true regarding the sale of a member's securities to the public except? Information on the offering must be filed with the corporate financing department. So the corporate financing department basically just makes sure that the agreement between the underwriter and the issuer, everything is fair.
Yep.
Okay, written customer permission is required prior to purchasing the securities in a discretionary account. I believe that's true.
That's
In
very
an IPO, yeah, an independent underwriter must be engaged. Okay, so we've got C and D are saying the same thing, but one is talking about a follow-on and one is talking about an IPO.
love it. I love it the way you're attacking. So you're in the right. neck of the woods here, so it's either C or D.
Yep, let's figure out which one's right now. Okay, so all of the following statements are true regarding the sale of member securities to the public except, I believe C is true, so I'm going to go with D.
Excellent. I love the way you attack that question. That's very, very testable, by the way. Self-underwriting. So you don't have the follow-on, you don't need it because there's already an independent market for the security. But self-underwriting is very testable. Which of the following retail communications must be filed with FINRA 10 business days after first use or publication?
Okay. Trying to remember my answer about options earlier.
Yeah.
Which of the following retail
So
communications
I like what
must
you're
be
on the right track.
filed?
Options derivatives need to be pre-filed. So you're correct. Your
Pre-fi-
previous
yeah.
answer about C means that's going out the window. Right. You also told me earlier that securities futures aren't regulated by FINRA. So B's out.
Right.
So
I
now
believe the answer to this one is B.
you're correct.
DPPs and CMOs. Yep.
Good job. Keisha Ashby is a longtime customer, Tom Blake, representative of M&O Securities. Ashby mentioned during a telephone conversation that the common stock at Goodco drops 20 points. She might consider buying it. This is consistent with her history of trading high-quality, large-cap stocks in her non-discretionary account. If Goodco falls by 20 points and Ashby can't be reached, Blake purchased in the Ashby in the account. Blake.
He did not properly anticipate the trade because he's got it's a non-discretionary account.
Right on.
Made unsuitable trading. Made an unauthorized trade. The answer on this is C.
Good job. Excellent. Excellent. Client of a branch works in nearby college, participates in a variable annuity retirement plan. So that's a 403B, 503C. She contributed 30 grand to the plan. The client has contributed nothing. If after 6 years it's 36, the client's cost base is.
All right, so she's put it all in. I'm assuming it's pre-tax dollars.
That's exactly correct.
The clients of account, the value 36. The client's cost basis for tax purposes is she's not paid taxes on the money, and it's none of it, and it's grown to 36,000. So the answer is 0.
Right on. Stable confidence. Stable confidence. All right. Boom, boom, boom.
0.
That'll get it done, my friend. That will get it done. So these are the ones we missed. I think we talked about most of them as we went around about them, right? So
yes. Can I go through them though, just to see which ones
sure,
again?
absolutely.
Okay, your friend
So
licensed insurance.
Absolutely. Here's our first one, right?
Your licensed. Okay, this one was about sharing commissions, but you're different broker dealers.
Right.
So
you have to be at the same broker dealer.
Okay.
Okay, our next one. You said 1 and 2, and it's 3 and 4. Could you grant concessions? We talked about that. Remember, you can do it with another member firm, and you can do it with a foreign firm ineligible for membership. That's very testable.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I don't think that's a bad miss. The Bank Secrecy Act gives us the ability to send CTRs and SARs to the government without your permission. And then the thing about money laundering is the Patriot Act, so not a bad miss. Retail community does not require prior principal approval. You said as a billboard is an advertisement, and that does require, I would do reduction of the ridiculous here. You told me that doesn't require principal pre-approval, so that means your rep can go put up a billboard? No, right? You definitely want to see the billboard before the rep did it. We talked about that. What checks are payable to the U.S. Treasury? Mutual fund bond volatility is, you said 1 and 3. And the answer was 1 in 4. So you said copy must be retained for,
Oh yeah, last
we
use.
talked about that one. Now you know. Some of these are now you know. Which of the following is an established customer? Not a bad miss. You said 3 penny stock transactions. You said the penny stock 3 purchase same day, and it's actually not the same day. It's, different days. Individual carries account. We said established customer means 1 year. I think we had that question twice.
Yeah, we got it right the second time.
This you said 1, 2, and 3, not a bad miss, but the SEC is not the cop. The cop is FINRA. You were right about why you put that into the answer set, because that is where we will appeal. But wasn't the question. So not a bad miss. I don't feel bad about that one at all.
On this one, Dean, as you start to appeal, can the appeals process give you more disciplinary action, right? So say you get all the way to SEC.
No,
Okay.
No, they can't.
Okay.
They can't add. Now I joke that you're making a matter, but that doesn't mean they can now, say, hey, since you didn't take the punishment the first time, here's more from you. This one you said
Okay.
the size of you said distance, and distance does in fact, FINRA does say, how are you going to properly supervise that person from here? I mean, you're here in, New York, and they're in San Diego, California. How's that going to work? Right. Yeah.
Let's step into the real world for a second. So I used to wholesale the state of Florida.
Yeah.
And some of the offices I called on, their OSJ was like in Nashville.
Well, again, it's a combination of that. I don't think it necessarily is Nashville. It's basically like, Leesburg, Virginia. I had a branch. There's no way I'm going to supervise that branch from San Francisco. So I'm going to make it an OSJ. So that means now he's responsible for supervising himself, right? I think it would be more about you as where you're operating from. Is that an OSJ of American Funds? Probably not. And can you properly supervise as a wholesaler over a long distance? The answer is probably yes. Can a bunch of, an office of 60 reps be effectively supervised from thousands of miles away? Probably not, right? So. Credit exceeds debit. We talked about this one. It's the Tuesday, right?
That one just gonna have to know. Yes, Friday and Tuesday.
Yeah. This one I don't feel bad at all about. It's 1 or more. However, the main test question is that 2% I brought up. The compensation is. Customer's margin account. Yeah, it wasn't a bad miss either. But it can be done by the broker dealer. I wouldn't worry about that miss because it's, on the real test, I don't think it would be. It's customer A, customer B, not the broker dealer. It's about day trading primarily. This one I thought we were going to miss because I think the institutional, I don't like the rationale here. Material intended for internal use is not considered communication with the public. I think the reasoning here, and the reasoning I would apply to the question, is that institutional communication in certain circumstances could be disclosed to the public, and then it loses that classification. So they have a question like, it's the institutional brokerage of Morgan Stanley's office in Sand Hill, in Menlo Park. And it's also a retail office. They're on different floors. But, if the institutional guys leave that in a conference room on the retail side of the business, it becomes retail communication. So that's why I think D is a better answer than B personally. But, I wouldn't feel bad about that miss either. So, there were some I said were bad misses and some I thought that were not bad misses. But you can also on your own, when you're studying, look at this rationale. My God, when the rationale takes, half the page to give you the rationale, that's a hint that it's a poor question, right? So you said move over promptly no later than 3 business days. Again, not a bad miss. But if it's an institutional customer, there might be crazy stuff in there. Like structured finance kind of stuff or hedge funds or stuff like that that may not transfer. We talked about either can do it, and then you're still held accountable, by the way. So we're, delegate tasks, but not accountability. So you can have your assistant do this, but if I'm your assistant and I screw it up, You can't say, well, my assistant screwed it up. I said, well, you're the branch manager, and Jordan, that's on you.
Yeah, it's on you.
We talked about this one. It's an established customer. They told you in the question, it was an established customer.
Yeah.
And you should know the bid and the ask is going to be provided. Yeah, I thought this was a bad miss. Just again, I'm not in your brain housing group, but just as a test taker, I would have thought trades coming into the US are less of a problem than a US customer. Right? So
Yeah, I think on that one, I saw the word unsolicited and
yeah, you got to read the
just-
left
I
question.
didn't, yeah.
Yeah, because you're
Yep.
right. Remember, that was not this, if we forgot the question stem, then you would be correct. I mean, that's not a problem if it's a US broker dealer with US customers. This one I think was a grammar question. You were correct about a letter of intent is 13 months, can be backdated 90 days. You get the reduced sales charge up front on the 18th, right? So, but that sales charge is still going to be assessed on the 18th, right? And the maximum is 8.5%. Okay, so
That one I qualify
bad,
as
my
read,
what's that?
yeah. I was gonna say that one I qualify as like answer the question they're asking you.
Yeah, well, there was a couple like that, but still
So,
your score is
yeah.
fantastic. I think it bodes well. Now, as I remember, we were part of this going to determine when you should schedule your testing.